I went to the mountains at the start of autumn because I needed a break from my normal life. My routine had become dull and heavy, and the long days in the city made me feel like my mind was slowly closing in on itself. I found a small cabin online that looked old but quiet, sitting deep inside a forest surrounded by thick trees and long dirt roads that twisted for miles. The photos showed a small wooden place with a metal roof that looked dusty but safe. The owner described it as a simple off-grid cabin with basic water from a tank, solar power that worked sometimes, and a wood stove in the corner. It looked perfect for a few days of silence. The drive there took longer than it should have because the dirt roads were filled with potholes and the forest grew thicker the deeper I went. My car bounced around as I moved through the narrow path. The trees on both sides felt too close, almost like they were leaning in. The sky above was a pale blue, but under the trees everything looked dark and colder than I expected. I reached the cabin in the late afternoon. The place sat on a small clearing, with tall grass on two sides and a line of trees pressing from the back. The wood looked old and gray. The metal roof looked a little bent. The small deck out front had two wooden chairs that looked like no one had touched them in months. I parked my car near the cabin and stepped outside. The air felt colder than the weather report had said. The silence was strong. There were no distant cars, no voices, no machines. Only the faint sound of wind pressing through the branches above. It felt peaceful but also empty in a way I wasn't used to. I walked up the small steps, opened the cabin door, and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and cold dust. There was a small table, a narrow bed, a wood stove, and a shelf with a few old pots and pans. A single window faced the trees, and another was on the side facing a patch of tall grass. Everything looked untouched for a long time. I dropped my bag on the bed, unpacked a few things, and checked the place to make sure everything was as advertised. The solar power gave a weak light from a small bulb. The tank outside still had water. The wood stove had some chopped logs stacked neatly next to it, which I didn't expect. The logs looked fresh though, not old. That detail stuck in my mind because the listing said no one maintained the cabin regularly. I assumed maybe one of the previous renters had cut the wood and left it behind. I didn't think much of it. I spent the first few hours walking around the clearing, stretching my legs after the long drive. I followed a narrow path behind the cabin that led deeper into the forest. The ground was uneven and covered with fallen leaves that cracked under my shoes. The trees grew taller and the forest became darker. After 10 minutes, I felt far away from the cabin, so I turned around and walked back. When I returned, the cabin looked smaller than before, almost sinking into the shadows of the trees behind it. When night came, the temperature dropped sharply. I started a fire in the wood stove, boiled some water, ate a simple meal, and sat on the bed. The silence felt heavier in the dark. The only sounds were the occasional creaks from the old wood of the cabin and the soft crackling of the fire. I lay down early, hoping to sleep for a long time. But the moment the fire died down, the cabin became colder. I pulled the blanket tighter around myself. I woke up sometime after midnight because of a sound outside. It was faint but sharp enough to pull me out of sleep. It sounded like something stepped on dry leaves near the side of the cabin. The forest was full of animals, so I assumed it was probably a deer or something small. I lay still, listening. After a few seconds, there was another faint crunch. The sound was slow, not fast like an animal running. It felt like something moving step by step. I stared at the ceiling in the darkness, waiting for the noise to fade. The sound stopped after a minute. I eventually fell asleep again. The next morning, I stepped outside and walked around the cabin. The leaves on the ground didn't show anything clear. Maybe I had imagined the noise. I pushed the thought away and decided to spend the day exploring more of the area. I followed the forest path again, going deeper this time. After about 20 minutes, the path became more narrow and steeper. The air felt colder. I saw what looked like an old hunting blind made of rotting wood leaning between two trees. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I didn't go closer because the wood looked weak. As I turned around to head back, I noticed something odd near the path. A boot print. One single print pressed deep into the soil. It wasn't mine. It was bigger and facing toward the direction of the cabin. That print didn't look old. The edges were sharp, like it was made recently. There were no other prints around it. I stood there staring at it for a long minute. I told myself it could be from an old hiker, maybe from months ago, but the soil was damp. A print that sharp couldn't be so old. I tried not to overthink it and made my way back. By the time I returned to the cabin, clouds had started to gather overhead and the light became dull. I felt a strange tension in my chest but ignored it. I spent the afternoon moving around the clearing, fixing small things inside, drinking water and trying to relax. But every time I sat still, my mind went back to the print. As the sun went down, the sky became dark faster than I expected. The forest turned into a wall of black. I locked the cabin door even though I knew the lock was weak. The wind picked up and the trees shook loudly. I made another fire and sat near it. Eventually, I lay in bed again. Sometime in the night, I woke up again. This time, the noise was much closer. It sounded like something brushing against the wooden wall of the cabin. A slow sliding sound. My heart started beating hard. I stayed completely still. The fire had died again, and the cabin was almost completely dark except for a faint glow from the moon through the window. The sound returned, this time on the other side of the cabin. A faint crunch of leaves. A slow step. Then another. And another. I felt my whole body tense. The steps were too slow to feel like an animal running around. It moved like someone walking. I lay there for at least 15 minutes, listening. The steps stopped eventually. The silence that followed felt louder than anything else. I barely slept after that. When morning finally came, I walked outside with a cold, tight feeling in my stomach. I checked the ground near the cabin. There were faint marks. Not full prints, but enough to see that something had moved around in different spots. I couldn't tell if it was human or animal. The soil was loose and covered with leaves. But the marks didn't look like the random scatter of animal movement. They looked spaced apart. I spent the whole day feeling uneasy. I tried reading a book I brought, but my mind kept drifting back to the noises. The isolation that I had wanted so badly now felt like a trap. I didn't want to leave though, because the thought of driving out through those narrow dirt roads made me feel just as uneasy. If someone was out here wandering around, I didn't want to cross paths on the road. Around late afternoon, I walked around the back of the cabin where the trees were the thickest. The forest felt colder there even though the sun was still up. I noticed something on the bark of a tree. Scratches. Vertical ones. Long but shallow. Not animal claw marks. They were too even and controlled. They looked like someone dragged something sharp lightly across the bark. The marks looked fresh. The wood beneath was light-colored compared to the older, darker bark. I felt a strange pressure in my throat, almost like my breathing was stuck. I walked back slowly, turning around every few steps. The forest behind me felt like it was hiding something invisible. That night, I made the fire stronger than before and sat close to it for a long time. I didn't want to lie down yet. The quiet outside felt dense. Eventually, the fire died slowly and I climbed into bed, fully dressed this time to stay warm. I didn't sleep long. I woke up to the sound of something tapping lightly on the window. Not hard, just one tap, then another, then silence. My whole body froze. I stared at the ceiling, unable to move. I didn't want to look at the window. I felt like if I did, something would be looking back. After a long moment, I gathered enough courage to slowly turn my head. The window was dark. Only a thin line of moonlight crossed the glass. I didn't see anything, but the fear didn't go away. Then I heard breathing, very faint, not from inside the cabin, from outside, right next to the window. A slow exhale, then stillness. The breathing was too controlled, too measured, not an animal's breath. I felt my stomach twist. My hands shook under the blanket. I didn't move for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep at all. I waited for sunlight like it was the only thing keeping me alive. When morning finally came, the ground outside the window showed something I didn't expect. A footprint, clear this time, deep, in the spot where the soil was softer. A full human footprint from a boot, bigger than mine, newer than the one I found on the trail. I knew then that someone had been circling the cabin at night. Slowly, quietly, watching, I decided to leave, but the idea of walking outside made my legs shake. My car was only a short distance away, but the forest felt like it was hiding eyes behind every tree. I packed my things fast, ignoring how unorganized everything became. My hands kept shaking. Every second inside the cabin felt longer than the last. When I stepped outside, the cold air hit my face hard. The cabin looked different in daylight, like the wood had aged overnight. I scanned the trees, trying to see movement. There was nothing, only the wind. I walked to the car, unlocked it, and tossed my bag inside. I sat in the driver's seat and locked the doors immediately. My breathing was rough and fast. Before starting the engine, I looked at the treeline again. My eyes focused on a darker shape between two trees. At first I thought it was just a shadow, but then the shape shifted slightly, enough for me to realize it wasn't a tree. It wasn't an animal. It was the shape of a person standing still, watching. I couldn't see details, only the outline, but the way the shoulders were set, the height, the stillness, it was unmistakably human. My hands moved without thinking. I started the car and reversed too fast, almost hitting a stump. I turned sharply and drove down the dirt path. The forest felt like it was closing in. The road felt longer than before. Every bump made me choke on fear because I kept thinking the car would stall. When I reached the main dirt road, I pressed the gas harder. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was far away from the cabin. When I finally did, all I saw was the long, empty road behind me twisting into the trees. It took an hour before I reached a paved road. Another hour before I saw another real sign of civilization. My hands didn't stop shaking for the entire drive home. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding unsure of myself. Nothing technically happened to me. No attack, no confrontation, no injury, but the fear stayed inside me like a weight. For days after returning home, I kept waking at night expecting to hear tapping on my window again. Every small noise made my body tense. I checked my doors more often than I needed to. I kept thinking about the footprints, the slow steps, the breathing outside the window, the shape between the trees. I tried to convince myself it was just a hunter or someone passing by, someone who didn't mean anything. But the slow steps, the circling, the tapping, the watching, it didn't feel like random behavior. It felt like someone spent the nights studying the cabin, learning when the fire died, learning when I slept, learning where I moved inside. What scares me the most is the thought that the person might have been watching me on the first night already, maybe even before I reached the cabin. Maybe they saw my car when I arrived. Maybe they saw the cabin light turn on. Maybe they were already in the forest the whole time. I never went back to that place. I deleted the listing from my browser history. I avoided looking at any forest trail pictures. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel the cold from those nights in that dark cabin. The ending became clear to me only after many days had passed. I realized that I wasn't alone there from the moment I arrived. Someone else had been living or hiding in that forest long before I stepped into it. Someone who moved slowly, who watched from a distance, who waited for night, who got close enough to breathe against the glass. I left before anything worse could happen, and that is the only reason I'm still here. Even now, when I think about the shape between the trees, I can still feel that same cold fear in the center of my chest. Because the truth is simple and realistic, and it still chills me. I wasn't imagining anything. Someone was out there, and they were watching me the entire time. I drove toward the cabin late in the afternoon, following a narrow mountain road that twisted through thick trees and long stretches of uneven ground. The air had that cold, dry feeling that made every sound sharper. I had booked the cabin a few weeks earlier because I wanted a quiet place to stay for 3 nights and finish some work I had been putting off. I wanted a peaceful break from everything, and the idea of a small cabin far from people seemed perfect at the time. I did not think about anything strange. I just wanted silence, cold air, and a place where I could sit alone without hearing traffic or neighbors. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked older than it had in the pictures. The wooden boards were darker and more worn out, and the small porch sagged slightly. A thin layer of frost covered the railing, showing how cold the nights got in that area. The forest around it felt thick and heavy, with tall trees leaning inward like they were growing toward the cabin instead of away from it. I stepped out of the car and stretched my legs. The air smelled like pine and damp soil. There was no wind, and the silence felt heavy enough to touch. Inside, the cabin was simple. One main room with a bed on the right side, a small kitchenette on the left, a single window facing the trees, and a tiny bathroom in the back corner. Everything smelled like old wood and dust, the way old buildings tend to smell when they haven't been used in a while. My phone had weak reception, one bar that came and went every few minutes. I didn't worry about it. I expected that out here. I unpacked slowly, putting my things on the small wooden table and arranging them like I was settling in for a long stay. The sun was already dropping behind the trees, leaving long shadows across the clearing. I felt tired from the drive, so I sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped a bit too much under my weight, showing its age. Still, it was good enough for a few nights. As the light faded, the cabin grew colder. I stepped outside to grab more things from the car and noticed how quiet everything was. Not even birds, just the crunch of my shoes on the icy ground. The forest felt close, like it was listening. I tried not to think about it. I went back inside, locked the door, and turned on the small electric heater in the corner. The first night started calm. I spent a while sorting through my work and trying to get into the right mindset, but I felt restless. Being alone in a place so quiet made me notice every small sound. A board shifting, the heater clicking, the wind brushing against the outer wall. The kind of sounds that didn't matter but still made you look up each time. After a couple of hours, I got tired enough to lie down. I pulled the thin blanket over myself and closed my eyes. I woke up sometime after midnight to a faint noise outside. It was soft, like something moving slowly near the porch. At first, I didn't react. The cabin was surrounded by forest, so animals passing by were normal. But then I heard another sound. Something like a slow, steady scrape against wood. A long, dragging slide. Not fast, not repeated. Just one slow movement, then silence again. I lay still, listening. The heater hummed beside me. My breathing sounded too loud in the quiet room. I waited for another noise, but nothing came. After a while, I convinced myself that it was probably a tree branch brushing against the porch or some animal rubbing against the railing. I eventually drifted back to sleep. In the morning, the ground outside was covered in frost, but something about it looked odd. There were marks in the frost right in front of the porch steps. Not footprints exactly, but long, shallow lines like something heavy had been dragged. They cut across the thin frost layer in a straight path, leading from the trees to the porch and back toward the trees on the other side. I stared at them, trying to think of a simple explanation. Maybe a fallen branch had been pulled by the wind. Maybe an animal had dragged something. I told myself anything that made sense, even if I didn't fully believe it. I brushed the thoughts away and tried to focus on my work. The morning hours passed slowly. The cabin stayed quiet except for the occasional creak from the roof warming up under the sunlight. I kept noticing small details I hadn't seen the night before. Scratches on the doorframe, a faint dent on the metal handle, and a loosened board on the porch. None of it meant anything on its own, but when all the details stacked together, I felt uneasy. By midday, clouds rolled in, covering the sky in a dull gray layer. The air got colder, and the forest grew darker even though it was still early. I made something simple to eat and went outside to walk a bit around the clearing. I wanted to clear my head and get rid of the heavy feeling building in my chest. As I walked along the tree line, I noticed something again. The frost near the trees had uneven patches, like something had moved through the area earlier. The marks didn't look like animal tracks. They looked like patterns made by something large but silent. Something that wasn't careful about the ground it disturbed. I stepped closer, and the forest felt darker from that angle. The tall trunks blocked most of the light, and the deeper areas looked almost black. I stared into the trees, feeling a strange tension inside me, like I was being watched, not by an animal, something else, something human-like. But I pushed the thought away again. I forced myself to stay logical. The forest was just a forest. The rest of the day passed slowly. I tried to work, but every small sound made me look up. As the sun dropped again, the feeling of unease grew stronger. By the time night came, the cabin felt cramped and too quiet. The air inside felt still and stale, like breathing the same trapped air for hours. I sat on the bed, listening again to the noises outside. I heard a faint rustle now and then, like something moving through the leaves. I ignored it as much as I could. I told myself it was just animals. Eventually, I got tired enough to lie down again. The heater hummed softly, and I pulled the blanket over myself. I don't know how long I slept before I woke up again, but when I did, I felt something was off before I even opened my eyes. The room was cold, colder than before. The heater was still on, but the air felt like the temperature had dropped suddenly. My chest felt tight, and my ears picked up a faint sound, something so soft I almost missed it. A slow, steady creak. At first, I thought it was the roof or the walls adjusting to the cold. But then the creak repeated. Same speed, same pressure, like weight shifting on the wooden boards of the porch. Not heavy, but careful, slow, controlled. I sat up slowly, trying not to make the bed squeak. I stared at the window even though I couldn't see anything through it. The window faced the forest, and the darkness outside was total. My ears kept tracking the sound. A creak, then silence, then another creak, a little closer to the door. My throat felt dry. I didn't move. I didn't breathe too loud. Every muscle in my body tensed. The sound stopped for a long moment. I waited, staring at the door now, not the window. The door was thin, old, with a loose handle. I felt exposed behind it. Then came the faintest scrape, a slow drag along the edge of the doorframe, something brushing lightly against the wood. Not knocking, not pushing, just touching like it was feeling the outline. The hairs on my arms lifted. My heartbeat grew loud enough that I felt it in my throat. I stayed frozen, staring at the door until my eyes burned. For almost an hour, nothing else happened. I just sat there, listening to the silence. The air stayed cold and heavy. Eventually, the heater warmed the room enough for me to calm down a little, but I didn't lie down again. I stayed awake until the first light of morning appeared. When I went outside, everything looked normal at first glance. But when I checked the porch steps, I saw more marks in the frost. Same kind as before. Long, shallow drags, like something had been pulled or slid across the ground. They stopped right at the bottom step and continued again a few feet away, where the frost started again. I knew then that something had been right in front of the cabin. The fear grew stronger that day. I tried everything to distract myself. I walked around the clearing. I went near the trees again. I stood still and listened, but the forest was almost silent. The kind of silence that felt unnatural. Even the small animals seemed to avoid the area near the cabin. Inside, I checked the doorframe carefully. There, on the left side, were 3 faint marks. Thin, shallow scratches, fresh enough that the wood still had tiny splinters sticking up, like something sharp had been dragged lightly downward. I couldn't explain it anymore, not calmly, not in any way that made sense. But I still tried to stay logical. Maybe it was a tool, maybe a branch, maybe anything else that wasn't the thought forming in my head. By afternoon, I started to think about leaving early. I checked my car, made sure the keys were where I left them, and tried to convince myself that maybe I was being paranoid. But deep down, I already knew I wouldn't stay another night if the fear got worse. As evening approached, my anxiety grew heavier. Shadows stretched longer across the clearing. The cold air made every sound sharper. I kept looking at the window, expecting to see movement outside. I didn't want night to come, but it did, slowly and heavily, like a wave swallowing the forest. When darkness settled completely, the cabin felt smaller than ever. The heater struggled to keep up with the cold. My hands felt stiff, and my breathing felt uneven. I couldn't focus on anything except the door. I sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The room was dim, lit only by a small lamp that cast weak light. The silence felt thick. Hours passed. Nothing happened at first. Then, sometime past midnight, the cabin made a small noise. Not from the porch, not from outside, from inside. A soft thump on the outer wall near the back corner. Then another, a slow, measured pressure, like someone testing the wall from the outside. Push, then silence. Push again, then another stretch of silence. I felt a wave of panic. My stomach twisted, and my fingers went numb. I didn't move. I didn't breathe deeply. I just sat there, staring at the back wall. The pressure stopped after a while. The silence returned. For a moment, I hoped that maybe the noise had been something simple, something harmless. Then came another sound, a soft shift of weight on the porch. One creak, then stillness, then another creak. Slow, careful, like someone trying not to be heard but still too heavy to move silently. I stared at the door again, watching the shadows around it. My heart pounded. My throat felt closed. I didn't even blink for what felt like a full minute. A slow scrape came next. Not on the doorframe this time. On the porch floor. Something being dragged lightly across the wood. Something that wasn't metal or fabric. Something that made a dull, rough sound. Then everything stopped. No more movement. No more scraping. Just the deepest silence I had ever felt. I sat like that for hours, not sleeping, barely moving. My eyes burned, but I didn't dare close them. Eventually, the sky started to lighten slightly, and I felt the faint relief of morning coming. I waited until there was enough light to see properly through the window before I moved toward the door. Outside, the frost was disturbed again. The same long drag marks crossed the clearing. But this time, something else was there too. Fresh prints. Not footprints exactly. More like impressions made by knees or hands pressing into the frost. Not clear shapes, but clear enough to know that someone had been crawling or crouching near the cabin. The prints were spread out like the person had kept low to the ground, moving slowly. They circled the cabin. Not once, 3 times. A full set of tracks went around the entire building, passing under the window, around the back, and returning to the porch. A pattern that showed time, patience, and slow movements all through the night. My chest tightened. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I didn't care about the work anymore. I didn't care about anything except leaving. I packed as fast as I could. My hands shook the entire time. I kept looking at the window, expecting to see someone watching me from the trees. But the forest stayed still. I got into my car, started it, and drove away without looking back. I followed the narrow road until the cabin disappeared behind the trees. But even when it was gone, I felt like something was still behind me. Like the presence I had felt for 2 nights was still watching as the road twisted away. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main highway miles away. Only then did I breathe more freely. But the fear stayed inside me like something lodged in my chest. Later that day, when I checked my phone, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The phone's camera roll showed 2 new photos, both taken sometime around 2 in the morning, both taken from inside the cabin. The first photo showed the window. The second photo showed the door. I knew then with absolute clarity that I had not been alone in that cabin. Someone had been inside while I slept, quiet enough that I never heard them. Someone had watched me through the night, moving slowly, patiently, waiting in the dark without making a sound. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked the owners about anything. I never tried to figure out who had been there. I didn't want to know. I accepted the truth that something real and dangerous had been near me, watching, and the ending was clear to me. I drove to the cabin because I needed a break from everything. My mind felt crowded with noise from work, from the city, from all the people I kept bumping into every day. I wanted a place where I could sit in silence and hear nothing except the wind and the trees. That cabin felt like the only place where I could breathe without pressure on my chest. I had been there only once before, years ago, with a friend, but I remembered it well enough. It was deep in the woods, far from the main road, far from any other house, and far from anyone who would come by without a good reason. That isolation felt calming when I first remembered it, but it would feel very different later, when things started going wrong. It was late afternoon when I reached the dirt road. The wheels of my car shook over the uneven surface. Dust rose behind me as I drove deeper into the trees. The road looked even rougher than I remembered. Grass had grown tall along the sides, brushing the bottom edges of my doors. Branches hung low enough to scrape the roof each time I ducked under one. I kept looking ahead, hoping the cabin would come into view soon, because the deeper I went, the tighter the road began to feel. There were long stretches where I could not see the sky through the trees. I felt boxed in, like the woods were closing around the road. Each meter felt like I was driving deeper into something that did not want to be disturbed. I kept going until the road ended at the small clearing. The cabin stood on the other side of the clearing, just like I remembered: old wood, faded boards, a roof that looked uneven on one corner. The small porch slanted slightly downward, as if the ground under it had settled over the years. The steps creaked loudly when I walked on them. The sound carried strangely far in the quiet woods. Felt like the trees listened. Inside, the smell hit me first. Old wood, dust, a faint smell of wet leaves from the floor where the cracks between the boards let the outside air creep in. The windows were dirty enough to make the sunlight look dull. But the place looked untouched, just as I left it the last time I visited. Nothing seemed moved or disturbed. I set my things down and walked the cabin room by room. There were only 3 spaces: the main room with a small fireplace and a table, the bedroom with a single bed, and a small storage room filled with old tools. Everything felt normal, but I noticed something small that bothered me. In the bedroom, the bed sheets looked a little too messy, not like someone slept in them, but like someone had pulled at them roughly. I brushed it off, thinking maybe the mice had gotten under them, or maybe the cloth had wrinkled over time. Still, something about the air felt wrong. There was a heaviness to it that I did not remember from before. I kept taking slow breaths, trying to ignore the slight pressure in my chest, telling myself it was just the long drive. I unpacked my things, put food in the small cooler, and stepped back outside. The clearing was silent. Not peaceful silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling in the leaves. It felt like everything had stepped away from this part of the woods. The hairs on my arms stood up. I wanted to believe it was nothing, but the longer I stood there, the more the silence started to make me feel watched. I walked around the clearing and checked the trees carefully. The ground had a few scattered footprints, probably from deer, but one set of impressions caught my eye. They were faint, but they looked human. Not clear or sharp, just shallow dents like someone stepped lightly or the ground had softened after rain. They led toward the edge of the clearing, then vanished. I crouched and touched the dirt. It was dry, no recent rain. The prints did not make sense. I brushed it off again and told myself it could be leftover from years ago. Maybe someone else had visited the cabin recently, even if it seemed unlikely. I went back inside as the sun started sinking through the trees. With every minute, the woods got darker and the silence got heavier. When night fell, it felt like someone had draped a thick blanket over the whole forest. No moonlight reached through the dense trees, and the clearing looked swallowed by darkness. I lit a small lantern inside the cabin and sat at the table, trying to read an old book I brought, but I kept losing focus. Every time I lifted my eyes, they stayed fixed on the front door as if waiting for something. Around midnight, the temperature dropped sharply. The cabin walls popped with small cracks as they adjusted to the cold. I wrapped myself in a blanket and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I kept telling myself nothing was wrong, but my mind felt uneasy. My body stayed tense, like it expected a noise, expected movement, expected something to happen at any second. When I finally started drifting off, something woke me again. Not a sound, a feeling. The air felt different, like someone had opened a window even though none were open. I could feel a faint draft on my face. I sat up and looked around with my eyes still adjusting to the darkness. The lantern had burned out slowly, leaving only a weak orange glow. I listened. There was nothing. I waited for any movement, any shift in the silence. I lay back down, but I could not relax. I felt like something in the cabin had changed shape while I had been drifting in and out of sleep. The night passed slowly. Every time I closed my eyes, I opened them again seconds later. I kept expecting to see something in the corner of the room or hear something brushing along the outside wall. I stayed awake until the faint light of dawn filtered through the cloudy windows. In the morning, I stepped outside to breathe in fresh air, but the clearing felt wrong again. I looked at the dirt near the porch steps. My stomach tightened when I saw new tracks, fresh ones. They were not clear, but they were deeper than the ones yesterday, and they were in places I knew I did not walk. They circled the cabin loosely, like someone had walked around it quietly in the night, keeping distance but watching. I walked the entire perimeter slowly, scanning every patch of disturbed dirt and every broken twig. Some of the impressions looked like they had been made only hours earlier. They led to the same edge of the clearing as before and disappeared the same way. I stared into the trees for a long time, searching for any sign of movement. I saw nothing, but I felt something out there. I spent the whole day trying to stay busy. I chopped some wood, swept the cabin, and tried to clean the dusty windows. Every few minutes I checked the tree line. I kept thinking the silence meant something was waiting. The woods were never this quiet. By late afternoon, my nerves were on edge. I felt tired from the restless night, but I also felt wired, like every small noise inside the cabin made me jump. The floorboards creaked in ways I didn't recognize. The walls sounded different when the wind hit them. Even the roof made slow groaning sounds like the wood was bending under some weight. As the sun set again, I felt a deep sense of dread. It started like a small knot inside my stomach, then spread through my chest. I kept telling myself everything was normal and I was just overthinking, but my body didn't believe it. I felt watched again. That night was worse. I did not sleep at all. I lay in bed with my eyes open, staring into the shadows. I listened to every small change in the air, every pop from the wood, every shift in the temperature. Hours passed with nothing happening, but the tension kept growing. Then, sometime around early morning, I heard something soft outside. It wasn't loud. It wasn't clear. It sounded like dirt shifting under weight. It was slow and dragging, like someone placing a foot carefully and moving with intention. I did not move. I kept my breath shallow. The sound came again, another slow step, heavier this time. The steps came closer to the wall. I could feel my heart beating against the blanket. The sound reached the front steps, then stopped completely. For a long time, there was only silence. I kept listening, barely blinking. I waited for another step, a breath, anything. Nothing came. I stayed frozen until the sun finally rose and the light grew strong enough to move again. When I stepped outside, the ground showed it clearly. Deep prints on the steps. A clear line of disturbed soil where someone had walked to the porch and stood facing the door. The prints stayed there for minutes based on how deep they were. Whoever stood there watched the cabin silently in the dark for a long time. I felt sick. My hands shook when I reached for the railing. Whoever had been there was no animal. No random hiker would be in that area. They had come in the middle of the night and stood right outside my door. I realized I was not alone in the woods. Someone had been walking around my cabin for 2 nights. Someone who knew how to move quietly. Someone who did not want to be seen. I decided to leave that day. I packed quickly, tossing things into my bags without caring how they landed. I checked every window, every corner of the cabin, and every shadow on the porch before getting into my car. I drove out of the clearing fast, tires sliding on loose dirt. The trees felt like they were watching me leave. But when I reached the main road, I felt something stuck inside me. A heavy thought, a question I couldn't shake. Why didn't they try to come inside? The cabin door had no real lock. The wood was old, soft enough to break with a strong push. If whoever was outside wanted to get in, they easily could have. They had been inches away from me. They could have come inside any time. But they didn't. That thought scared me more than anything. It meant they had been doing something else. Watching. Studying, waiting for a reason. When I got home later that day, exhaustion hit me all at once. But another feeling lingered. Something cold. Something that sat deep in my chest. The woods didn't feel done with me. A few days later, I found dirt on my back porch at home. Just a smear, barely noticeable, but shaped like the bottom of a shoe. It wasn't my shoe. I checked again. It didn't match any pair I owned. I cleaned it quietly, heart pounding in my throat. Every night since then, I sleep with the lights on. I keep checking my windows before I go to bed. I keep listening for steps that might not be there. I can still picture the cabin, the quiet clearing, the prints circling the walls. I keep thinking about the person who stood silently on my porch in the dark, only a few steps behind a thin wooden door. I don't know who they were or what they wanted. I don't know how long they watched me before I even noticed. But the worst part is this. I don't think they stayed in the woods. I think they followed me home. And I think they're waiting again, just like before, in the dark, outside, silent, close enough to reach the door whenever they finally choose to. I went to the cabin because I wanted a few quiet days away from everything. I had been working nonstop for months, and my mind felt tight, like a rubber band stretched too far. The cabin belonged to a friend, and he told me it stayed empty most of the year. It sat deep in the woods, far from any road, with tall pine trees crowding the sides and a narrow dirt path that twisted between them. I liked that it felt cut off from everything. At the time, I thought that distance would give me peace. I did not think about how that same distance could make me feel trapped later. When I arrived, the air felt colder than I expected. The sky was gray, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of frost. The cabin looked old but strong. The wood was dark from years of weather, and the small windows showed nothing inside. I unlocked the door and stepped in. The place smelled like old wood and dust. It had one bedroom, one small bathroom, and a main room with a fireplace and a single window facing the woods. Everything felt simple. I liked that. I unpacked my things slowly, taking my time so I could settle my mind. I placed my food on the shelves, set my clothes in the bedroom, and checked that the heater worked. The silence in the cabin felt heavy at first, like someone had turned the volume of the world all the way down. I tried not to think too much about it. I kept telling myself this was what I wanted: quiet, peace, space to breathe. That first day passed easily. I made a simple meal, walked around the cabin, and explored the nearby trees. There was nothing strange, nothing unusual, nothing that made me feel uneasy. The only sounds were the wind pushing through the branches and the crunch of my boots on frozen ground. When I returned inside, I made a fire and sat by it for a long time. I watched the flames move and listened to the popping of the wood. Felt calming. I remember thinking that maybe I should have done this sooner. When night came, it came fast. One moment the woods were a dark green color, and the next they were almost black. The trees outside looked like tall shadows crossing each other. I shut the curtains, even though part of me wanted to keep them open so I could see if anything moved, but I told myself there was no reason to think that way. I locked the door, washed my face, and went to bed. I fell asleep easily at first, but something woke me in the middle of the night. It was a faint sound, something outside. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to pull me out of sleep. At first I lay still, listening. I didn't know what time it was, but the room felt very dark. The heater hummed softly. I waited, thinking maybe it was the wind or an animal stepping on something. Then I heard it again. A slow crunch of footsteps on frozen ground. The sound was spaced out, not rushed. Whoever, or whatever, was outside was moving with steady steps. For a moment I felt myself freeze. The cabin was deep in the woods, and I had not seen a single person the whole day. I reminded myself that it could be an animal. Deer walked like that sometimes, slow and careful. The steps paused. Then I heard them again, this time closer to the cabin. A heavy feeling built inside my chest. My heartbeat felt stronger, and I found myself holding my breath without meaning to. I stared at the dark ceiling, trying to understand the sound. I did not want to get up. I didn't want to open the curtains or even move toward the window. I stayed completely still. Minutes passed. The footsteps continued slowly around the cabin, circling it. I knew the shape of the cabin well enough to guess where the steps were by the way the sound traveled. They moved along the sidewall, paused near the back, then continued toward the front. There was no talking, no quick movement, just steady, slow steps on frozen ground. Eventually, the steps faded away. I waited a long time before I moved. I kept telling myself that if it was a person, they would have knocked or called out. If it was an animal, it would not circle the cabin like that. The thoughts kept looping in my mind. When I finally sat up, the room felt colder than before. I reached for my phone to check the time, but there was no signal. The screen showed a blank bar. I placed the phone down, got back under the blanket, and tried to breathe slowly until I fell asleep again. When morning came, the sky was pale and the light felt thin. I opened the curtains slowly, careful not to look directly at the ground outside until I had prepared myself. When I finally looked down, I saw them, footprints in the frost. They were human. The prints circled the entire cabin. They were not rushed or messy. They were spaced evenly, like someone had walked slowly and deliberately, taking their time at each step. I stared at the tracks for a long time. My stomach felt tight, and the cold from outside seemed to press into the room even with the window shut. I stepped outside to look more closely. The air hit me immediately, cold and sharp. The prints were clear, and I could see the shape of a boot, maybe a work boot. I followed the trail a few meters, but it disappeared into the trees. There was no path leading to the cabin, so whoever made them had walked directly through the woods. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. For the rest of the morning, I tried to focus on simple tasks. I made breakfast, cleaned the small counter, and tried reading, but every few minutes my eyes drifted to the window. The cabin felt different now, not peaceful like before. I felt watched, even though I saw no one. Every sound outside made me pause. Small cracks, branches bending, wind pushing through the trees. By afternoon, I convinced myself it was probably a hunter or a random hiker who had gotten curious. Maybe they saw the cabin and walked around it to check it out. People did strange things sometimes without meaning harm. I repeated that explanation in my mind until it almost felt true. But when night came again, all that logic disappeared. The woods grew dark even faster that night. Clouds covered the sky, and the air felt heavier. I locked the door earlier than before. I lit a small fire and sat near it, listening to the crackling sound because it distracted me from everything outside. I tried not to think about the footprints. I tried not to picture someone standing in the dark woods, looking at the cabin. When I finally went to bed, I lay on my side facing the wall, not the window. I wanted to shut out the outside world completely. I closed my eyes and told myself I would sleep better this time. But the footsteps came again. This time they started earlier, maybe an hour after I got into bed. I heard the first crunch of frozen ground, and the sound hit me with a wave of fear much stronger than the night before. My whole body felt tight, and my breathing became shallow. I kept my eyes closed at first, as if not seeing the room would somehow help. But the steps grew closer, slow and steady, the exact same pace as the night before. They circled the cabin again. I could picture the path perfectly in my head. I knew exactly where the person was by the way the sound moved around the walls. They paused near the bedroom window. I could feel the cold pushing lightly against the glass, like the air outside had changed. I stayed completely still. I didn't even want to shift my weight or move my fingers. Every part of me felt tense. The steps continued, slow and heavy, like someone walking with purpose, not confusion. After a while, they faded again just like before. In the morning, when I opened the door, the same prints circled the cabin, only now there were two sets, one from the night before and one from the new visit. The realization hit me hard. Whoever it was had come back, and they had walked the same path around the cabin, step for step, like they were following a pattern. This was not someone who wandered here by accident. This was someone coming on purpose, someone who was studying the cabin, or studying me. The same tight feeling returned to my chest, stronger this time. I checked every window, every lock, every corner of the cabin. Everything was in place. Nothing was broken or moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air felt different inside, like it carried the tension from outside. That day I stayed indoors. I kept the fire going. I kept checking the windows. I kept trying to convince myself to leave early, but something held me in place. Maybe it was denial. Maybe I kept thinking there was some logical explanation I was missing. Maybe I didn't want to be the person who ran away from nothing, but deep down, I knew it wasn't nothing. When night came, I didn't sleep. I sat in the main room with the fire low and my back against the wall. I kept my eyes on the window. Hours passed. The cabin was silent except for the occasional shifting sound of wood cooling or warming near the fire. Then, like the last 2 nights, the crunching began again. Only this time, the footsteps came faster. They didn't circle the cabin right away. They approached from the woods in a steady rhythm, and then they stopped near the front door. My heart started pounding so hard it felt like I could hear it. The sound of breathing inside my own chest felt too loud. After a long pause, the footsteps moved again, slower now, as if the person was taking careful steps. They circled around the cabin once more, but the pattern was different. Instead of one complete circle, they moved back and forth near the windows, almost like the person was checking each one. I could hear the steps press closer to the walls, slow and deliberate. There were moments when the steps stopped completely, and the silence that followed felt even worse. The not knowing where the stranger stood, the not knowing what they were doing, made the fear spread deeper in my body. At one point, the steps paused by the bedroom window and stayed there longer than before. I stared at the direction of that wall, waiting, imagining the person standing inches away from the glass, maybe trying to see inside, maybe listening. Eventually, the steps retreated into the woods again. That night, I barely moved. The fear felt like a weight in my stomach, heavy and constant. I waited until the first light of morning before I finally stood up. When I opened the door, I saw something different this time. The footprints didn't just circle the cabin. They led to the door, and then away. Someone had walked right up to the door and stood there before backing away. That broke something inside me. I stopped pretending it was harmless. I stopped trying to tell myself it was nothing. The truth hit me in one sharp piece. Someone was watching me. Someone knew I was here alone. Someone kept coming back, getting closer each time. I packed my things quickly, throwing them into my bag without folding anything. My hands felt shaky, and I kept dropping small items. I kept looking at the windows, expecting to see a shadow move outside. I didn't even bother cleaning the place or putting things back the way I found them. I just wanted to leave. I grabbed my bag, opened the door, and stepped outside. The cold air hit me, but I didn't stop walking. I followed the narrow path back through the woods. Each sound made me look over my shoulder. Every branch that snapped under my boots felt like a warning. I didn't run, but I walked fast. When I finally reached the point where the woods opened to the dirt road where my car was parked, I felt a rush of relief. I got in, started the engine, and drove without looking back. Only when I reached the nearest town did I check my phone. Signal returned instantly. Notifications appeared. The normal world was back, like nothing had happened, but I still felt the weight of the last nights pressing on me. A few days later, when I tried to explain what happened to the cabin owner, he asked if I wanted him to check the property. I told him not to bother. I didn't want him to go there alone, and I didn't want to hear if he found something. I didn't want any more connection to that cabin. The ending became clear to me days later, when I thought about the pattern of the footprints, the slow steps, the pauses near the windows, the careful circling, the way they grew bolder each night. Whoever it was had not come to ask for help. They had not come by accident. They had been watching, studying, waiting, and I understood something that made the fear settle even deeper inside me. If I had stayed one more night, I don't think they would have walked away again. I think they would have tried the door. I think they would have stepped inside. Leaving that morning wasn't just leaving a scary place. It was leaving before something worse finally happened. And I've never gone back. I reached the cabin in the late afternoon, when the sky still held some weak light, but the cold air carried that heavy, quiet feeling that comes before winter darkness. The cabin sat at the edge of a long clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. It was an old place that belonged to a friend who told me I could use it for a few days if I needed time alone. I thought it would be good for me because I had been dealing with stress, headaches, and noise in the city for too long. I wanted to step away from everything and just be in a quiet place where I could breathe normally without cars, loud neighbors, or constant pressure around me. The cabin was smaller than I expected when I first saw it in person. It had weathered wooden walls, a tiny metal chimney, and a single front door that looked like it had been replaced at some point, but still showed scratches and dents from years of use. The windows were small, and the frames looked uneven, like they had been put in by someone who wasn't a professional. There was a small porch with 3 wooden steps, one of which sank a little when I stepped on it. The roof had dark patches on it, maybe moss or old water damage. The place looked worn down, but there was something calm about it. It stood alone in the quiet woods like something forgotten by time. I brought only what I needed: a backpack with clothes, some food, a flashlight, a small first aid kit, and a heavy thermos I filled with hot water before leaving. My plan was simple. I wanted to rest for a few days, walk around the woods, clear my mind, and maybe write down some thoughts in a small notebook. I felt tired inside, and the silence around the cabin felt like the right medicine. When I walked up to the door, I noticed something strange right away. The dirt in front of the cabin looked disturbed. There were footprints, old ones but still visible, leading toward the porch and circling around the side of the cabin. They were uneven and deep in some spots, like someone had been moving around slowly or standing still for a long time. I checked them closely. They were not mine. They were bigger than mine, and the shape looked like heavy boots. I tried telling myself they probably belonged to someone who had stayed here before, maybe weeks earlier, but something about the pattern bothered me. The prints were too defined for something made weeks ago. They looked recent, made by someone who walked here maybe a day or 2 before I arrived. I pushed the thought aside, telling myself it was no big deal. I unlocked the cabin door with the old metal key my friend gave me. The door opened with a dry creaking sound, like something rubbing against old wood. Inside, the air was cooler than outside. The cabin interior was simple. One main room with a small bed pushed against the wall, a wooden table beside a tiny window, a narrow rug that looked handmade, a stone fireplace, and a shelf with basic items like a lantern, some candles, and matches. The floor creaked even under light steps. The place smelled like old wood and dust with a faint smell of cold ashes from the fireplace. Everything looked untouched, like nobody had been here for a long time. I placed my things on the bed and walked around to check the windows and the back door. There was a second door at the back of the cabin that opened into the woods. It had a metal latch on the inside. I checked it. It was locked. After settling in, I spent some time collecting myself, trying to let my mind slow down. I made a small fire in the fireplace using the dry wood stacked in a corner. As the fire warmed the room, I sat on the bed and felt something like relief. After months of stress and noise, the silence felt heavy but comforting. The wind outside moved slowly through the trees, making that soft swaying sound like distant waves. When it got dark, I made a simple meal and sat near the fire, watching the flames move. The sense of peace stayed with me for a while until I stepped outside for a moment to get some cold air. That's when I noticed something that pushed a cold feeling through my stomach. There were fresh footprints by the edge of the clearing. These ones were definitely new. I knew this because when I had arrived earlier, the dirt in that area looked smoother. But now there were deep impressions, leading from the trees toward the cabin and then turning back into the woods. I stared at them in the dim light from the cabin window. My skin felt tight and cold. These prints were fresh enough that their edges were still clean, not softened by wind. Someone had been here. Someone had walked right up near the cabin not long ago. I scanned the dark tree line, trying to see movement or a figure between the thick trunks, but there was nothing there, just shadows. Still, something about the silence felt wrong. It felt like something had been watching the cabin earlier, maybe while I was unpacking or starting the fire. I went inside and locked the door. I checked the windows again. They all seemed secure enough, even though they looked old. I didn't like the feeling that someone else had been here, so I kept the lantern beside my bed and stayed awake for a while, listening to the wind and the occasional cracking branch outside. Eventually, though, I felt too tired to stay awake, so I lay down and tried to sleep. I must have slept for an hour or 2 when I woke up again because of a sound. It was faint at first, something like slow steps on the porch outside the cabin. The fire had burned down to bright red coals, so the room was darker. I held my breath and stayed still, listening. The sound came again. A careful step, wood creaking slightly under weight. Someone was on the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe normally. I just waited. There was another sound. This time it came from the front door. A soft sound, like something or someone brushing against it. Then a slow pressure, as if someone leaned against the door or pushed it lightly. The hair on my arms rose. The air inside the cabin felt colder. The pressure on the door stopped. Then I heard nothing. It was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat echo inside my ears. I waited for a long time, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, but I didn't move. I didn't get up to check. I didn't want to get close to the door. Eventually, there were footsteps again. Slow, moving across the porch, then down the steps, then fading into the distance. I didn't sleep again that night. When light finally came through the window in the morning, I felt a wave of relief. I stepped outside quickly and checked the ground. The footprints were there, fresh, clear. They started at the tree line, went to the porch, then back into the woods. There was no mistake now. Someone had come to the cabin in the middle of the night. Someone who didn't knock, didn't speak, didn't call out. They just came quietly, stood at the door, then left. That was worse than anything else because I didn't understand the reason. If someone needed help, they would have said something. If someone lived nearby, they wouldn't show up like this. The quiet approach and the quiet departure felt wrong on a level I couldn't explain. I told myself I would try to stay calm and think clearly. Maybe it was a hunter or someone walking through the woods. Maybe they saw the cabin light and came to check if someone was inside. But something about the way they moved, the way they stayed silent, the way they approached only at night, it didn't fit with anything normal. I spent the day walking around the clearing, checking for any signs of someone watching. I walked a bit deeper into the woods, but not far. Every time I took a few steps into the trees, I felt like someone was standing further in, out of sight. The trees here were tall and close together, and the ground was covered with pine needles that made everything quiet. Too quiet sometimes. I went back to the cabin and tried to keep myself busy. As the sun lowered again, I felt my chest tighten. I didn't want the night to come. When darkness settled, I made sure the fire stayed strong inside. I checked the locks twice. I sat on the bed with my flashlight beside me and tried to stay calm. Hours passed with silence and the cracking of the fire. Then I heard the steps again. Slow, heavy, controlled. Someone was outside. This time, the steps came from the back of the cabin. I froze where I sat. The sound moved toward the back door, then stopped. Then came the faint sound of someone brushing against the wood, almost like they were checking to see if the door was weak. The back door latch rattled slightly. My stomach turned. They tried the door, not forcefully but quietly, like they were testing it, seeing how strong it was. For a moment, I thought I should grab something heavy for defense. I looked around the cabin but realized there wasn't much. Just wood pieces, a lantern, a metal pot. None of it felt enough. So I just stood still, listening, waiting. The person moved slowly around the cabin. Their steps were steady, unhurried, like they had all the time in the world. When they reached the front of the cabin, I heard them step onto the porch. Then the same soft pressure against the front door like the night before. This time the pressure lasted longer. I stayed frozen, staring at the door, waiting for it to open even though it was locked. I imagined the door giving way, someone silently stepping into the dark room, and me not having anywhere to run. The back door was locked. The windows were too small to climb out quickly, and the woods outside were endless darkness. The pressure stopped. The person stepped back. Then the footsteps moved away again. But this time, instead of walking back into the woods, the footsteps circled the cabin again. Slow, steady, like the person was examining the whole structure. Every step felt like a warning, a message that they knew I was inside, and they weren't leaving out of fear or confusion. They were leaving on their own terms. The footsteps faded eventually. The rest of the night was silent, but I didn't sleep. Not even a minute. Morning came and I stepped outside again. The footprints completely circled the cabin. They were deeper this time, like whoever it was stood in certain places for a long time. At one spot near the bedroom window, The prints sank deeper into the dirt as if the person had stood there looking through the glass while I was inside. That detail made my whole body tense. Someone had been watching me while I didn't know it. That day, I considered leaving, packing my things and walking back to the road even though it was a long hike. But something about the daylight made me hesitate. I told myself maybe last night was the last time. Maybe the person wandered off. Maybe they got what they wanted. Maybe they wouldn't come back again. But deep down, I knew they would. The third night began cold. The wind blew harder through the trees. I kept the fire going early, trying to build enough warmth so I didn't need to go outside for more wood later. The cabin creaked with the wind. The walls felt thinner that night, like they couldn't protect me from anything outside. When I lay down, I didn't close my eyes. I stared at the ceiling and listened to my heartbeat until it blended into the cracking wood. It didn't take long. The steps came earlier this time. Not sneaking, not slow, just steady. The sound came from the tree line, moving straight toward the cabin without hesitation. The air inside the cabin felt heavier with each approaching step. I felt my throat go dry. The steps reached the porch. Heavy boots on wood. One step after another. Then a shadow passed by the window. My stomach dropped. My hands trembled. That shadow was tall, wider than I expected, like someone thick and strong. I didn't dare move. I just watched the shadow move toward the front door. A loud pressure hit the door. Harder this time than the previous nights. Not enough to break it, but enough to shake it. Dust fell from the top of the door frame. My chest tightened as I imagined the door cracking open. I imagined the cold air rushing inside with the silhouette of a stranger filling the doorway. The pressure continued. Then suddenly it stopped. The footsteps moved toward the side of the cabin. Then came the sound of someone stepping near the bedroom window. I heard a faint scrape, like fingers or something touching the glass. My heart hammered inside my chest so hard that I felt dizzy. The person stood there for a long time. Too long. Like they were trying to see inside again, searching for movement. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't even blink. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved again. They circled the cabin once more, then faded into the dark woods. This time I didn't wait until morning. I packed everything before sunlight even broke. I kept the flashlight in my hand the entire time. My hands shook so badly that I dropped things twice. When there was enough faint light outside, I stepped out and started walking fast toward the long trail that led back to the road. I didn't look behind me. I just kept walking. The trail was quiet, but every few minutes I felt like someone was following me. I heard small sounds behind me. Maybe animals, maybe not, but I didn't dare stop to check. It took hours to reach the road, but when I finally did, I felt something inside me loosen, like I had escaped something I wasn't supposed to face. I didn't go back to the cabin. I didn't tell my friend anything because I didn't even know how to explain it. I just told him the place didn't help me relax. Days passed before I slept normally again. For weeks, I kept checking my apartment door lock twice every night. Sometimes I even checked the windows even though I lived on an upper floor. But the worst part came a month later. My friend called me to tell me he visited his cabin. He told me someone had torn the front door handle completely off. He said there were footprints all around the place, even on the porch roof like someone had climbed onto it. He also said something else that kept me awake that night. Inside the cabin, on the wooden table near the window, he found something odd. He found a single thermos. My thermos, the same one I had taken with me. I remembered packing it. I remembered carrying it. I remembered placing it in my bag. But I didn't remember ever seeing it again after I left that morning. I didn't drop it. I didn't forget it. I would have noticed if it fell out of my bag. Which means only one thing. Someone took it from me. Someone followed me when I left. Not close enough for me to see them, but close enough to take something from my bag without me noticing. Close enough to watch me the whole time. Close enough to know I would not return. My friend asked me if he should report it or install cameras. I didn't tell him anything. I didn't want to remember it. I haven't gone near a cabin or a forest since then. And sometimes when I walk home late at night, I get a faint feeling on the back of my neck. Like someone is standing just far enough behind me that I can't see them, but close enough to see me. I went to the cabin because I wanted a break from people, noise, and everything that had slowly worn me down over the last few months. I had been living in the city where every night felt too bright and too loud, and even when I closed my eyes it felt like something was buzzing inside my skull. The cabin belonged to a distant relative who rarely used it anymore, and he told me I could stay there anytime as long as I kept the place clean and made sure the pipes didn't freeze in winter. I had only been there once before for a short afternoon visit, but I remembered the smell of the wood, the quiet around it, and the feeling of being far from everything that usually bothered me. So I packed food, extra clothes, a flashlight, a small toolkit, and my phone charger, even though I knew the signal was weak out there. The drive took me much longer than I expected because the last stretch of road was rough, and the winter weather had made it worse. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dropping behind the trees and everything was turning darker and colder. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. It was made of old wood that had darkened over the years, and some boards had warped slightly, but it still stood strong and straight. The roof was covered in a thin layer of snow, untouched except for a few tracks from birds or maybe a squirrel. The windows were cloudy from the cold. The cabin sat in a little clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that blocked most of the sky, and even though I knew there was a road behind me, the silence made me feel like the world had vanished. Inside, the air was cold enough that I saw my breath when I exhaled. I switched on the battery-powered lantern I brought because the cabin didn't have electricity connected anymore. The lantern cast a soft yellow light that made the inside feel smaller than it was, but it helped me see everything clearly. There was a single bed in the corner, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small counter where a stove used to be years ago, and a heavy wood-burning heater that sat next to the far wall. The floor was old wood with small cracks between the boards, and I could feel the cold air rising from beneath them. I started by unpacking my things and putting them on the table. I wore 2 jackets because the cold bit through everything. My hands felt stiff as I moved around. I started a fire in the wood heater, using the dry logs stacked beside it. It took a few tries to get the flame steady, but once it began to spread through the wood, the warmth slowly pushed back the cold. I stood near it for a few minutes, letting the heat soak into my face and hands. I felt calmer than I had in a long time. When the cabin warmed up, I walked around to get used to the space. The wooden floor creaked under my boots, and each sound echoed slightly because the cabin was empty. I checked each wall, each corner, and the small closet where extra blankets were kept. Everything looked normal, just old and unused. But when I stepped near the back wall, the floor dipped slightly under my foot. It wasn't a big dip, but it was enough for me to feel that something was below me. First, I ignored it. Old floors dip all the time, but when I walked over that same spot again, it dipped deeper, almost like something under it was moving or settling. I knelt down and pressed my hand on the board. It flexed slightly more than the others. I felt a faint draft coming through a thin crack. It wasn't like the usual cold air that came through gaps under the door or windows. This air felt like it was rising from empty space. I ran my fingers around the board and felt there was a small gap along the edges. The board looked the same as the others, but it was cut slightly differently. I could see faint saw marks if I looked close. That meant someone had removed this board at some point. Someone had purposely opened this part of the floor. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was for repairs. But the more I looked at it, the more I felt something wasn't right. The other boards didn't have marks like that. I pushed on the board again, harder this time, and it shifted a little. I grabbed my small flat screwdriver from my toolkit and slid it into the gap. When I lifted the board, it came up much easier than I expected. Beneath it was darkness, a deep black space where the lantern light couldn't reach. Cold air rose up from it like breath from an open mouth. I widened the gap until the board leaned against the wall. I pointed the lantern down into the hole. My hand was shaking slightly, but I blamed it on the cold. The lantern revealed a small crawl space beneath the cabin. It was deeper than I expected, almost like a short basement but without finished walls. The walls were dirt, the floor was dirt, and wooden beams held up the cabin above it. I could see footprints in the dirt. Not old faint ones, but sharp ones, fresh ones. They looked like boot prints. They weren't mine. My body felt tighter, and I felt the heat from the wood heater suddenly disappear. I looked behind me, half expecting someone to be standing there, but the cabin was empty and quiet. The only sounds were the soft crackling of the fire and my breathing. I pointed the lantern back into the crawl space and studied the footprints more closely. They led deeper into the darkness, toward the far side where the lantern couldn't reach. At that moment, I felt a strange mix of fear and curiosity. Part of me wanted to put the floorboard back and pretend I never saw anything. But another part of me needed to know what was down there. The footprints were a sign that someone had been under the cabin recently. Someone who didn't tell anyone. Someone who didn't want anyone to know. I left the lantern on the edge of the opening and climbed down slowly. The cold air wrapped around me as soon as my body dropped below floor level. It felt different than the cold above. It felt like a cold that belonged to a place where sunlight never entered. The dirt was soft under my boots, and the air smelled like damp soil and old wood. When I crouched under the cabin, the space felt tight. I had to keep my head low to avoid hitting the wooden beams. My breathing sounded louder in the confined space. I moved the lantern forward with one hand and used the other to steady myself as I followed the footprints. Each step made me more nervous. The footprints went in a straight line, like whoever left them knew exactly where they were going. The dirt had been kicked up slightly where the steps landed, and some parts looked like the person had changed direction or turned sharply. As I moved farther into the crawl space, I reached a part where the cabin floor above sagged slightly. The footprints stopped here, then shifted to the right. That was when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small wooden crate pushed against the dirt wall. It looked out of place, too clean compared to the rest of the crawl space. It had no markings on it, just a small metal latch on the front. I reached out and touched it. The wood felt colder than the air around it. I opened the latch slowly. The inside of the crate held a few objects wrapped in old cloth. When I pulled the cloth aside, I found personal items, things that clearly belonged to someone. A set of keys, a wallet with no money but with old ID cards inside, a watch with a cracked face, and a small folding knife with dried mud on it. The ID in the wallet had a picture of a man I didn't recognize. The date on it was from 7 years ago. I checked the crate again and found a second layer beneath the first. More items lay under the cloth. A phone with a shattered screen, a pair of gloves that looked worn and stiff, a lighter, and a thin metal chain. None of the items looked new. They all looked like they had been hidden away for years. I felt something tighten in my chest. This wasn't a simple repair access or storage space. Someone had used this crawl space to hide things, and the footprints meant someone still came down here. I stayed crouched there for a long moment, trying to calm myself. The silence felt heavy, as if the dirt walls were closing in slowly. I placed the cloth back over the items and closed the crate. I wanted to get out of the crawl space. The air felt too still, and I could feel a faint tremble in my legs. I turned to go back toward the opening, but something made me freeze completely. There were more footprints, fresh ones, coming toward the crate. But I hadn't seen them when I entered. They weren't mine. They were facing me. They led straight to where I was, stopping only a few feet from me. That meant someone had been down here very recently, possibly earlier that day, or maybe when I first arrived at the cabin and didn't notice. I moved faster now, picking up the lantern and backing away from the crate. My boots dug into the dirt as I walked toward the opening in the floor. Every movement felt too loud. I constantly looked behind me, expecting to see someone crouching in the shadows. The lantern shook in my hand, and the light flickered across the dirt walls. When I reached the opening, I lifted myself back onto the cabin floor. As soon as I pulled my legs out, I put the board back into place. I didn't hammer it or push it down tightly, but I covered it enough that it looked almost like it did before. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my throat. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now. I sat on the chair at the table, trying to think. The fire in the heater crackled softly, but the warmth didn't comfort me anymore. The crawl space was directly beneath the cabin, meaning someone could be under me right now. Someone who left footprints going toward the crate. Someone who hid personal belongings of different people. I grabbed my flashlight and checked each window again. The fog on the glass made it hard to see outside, but I pressed my face close and tried anyway. The clearing was quiet. The trees were still. Nothing moved outside, but that didn't make me feel safer. I checked the door lock twice. The cabin only had one door, a simple wooden one with an old metal latch. It wasn't strong. Anyone determined could break it with one good hit. I felt exposed and alone. I paced around the cabin, trying to keep calm. I kept thinking about the footprints. They were too fresh to ignore. Someone must have been under the cabin not long before I opened the floor. Maybe they heard me moving inside. Maybe they had been watching the cabin from the trees. Maybe the crawl space wasn't just storage. Maybe someone had been hiding under there. Hours passed slowly. I didn't sleep. I couldn't sit still. Every sound, the crackling of the wood, the shifting of the walls, the occasional thump of snow falling from a branch outside, made me jump. My mind kept imagining footsteps under the floorboards, even though I didn't actually hear any. I thought about leaving, but driving at night through snow-covered forest roads felt dangerous. The road was narrow, icy, and had sharp turns. If my car slid or got stuck, I would be stranded in the cold. I kept looking at the door, thinking about running to the car anyway, but something inside me said to wait until daylight. I tried to distract myself by heating water and making something warm to drink, but my hands were too shaky to do anything properly. The cabin felt smaller and darker now. The lantern cast long shadows that stretched across the walls. I avoided looking at the floor near the crawl space, even though I wanted to check it over and over again. Around midnight, the temperature dropped even lower. I put more logs in the heater, but the heat didn't fill the room as well as before. I wrapped myself in a thick blanket and sat with my back against the wall where I could see the entire cabin. I kept the flashlight in my hand the whole time. I must have drifted in and out of light sleep because at some point I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was real. It came from the floor. A faint shifting noise, almost like pressure against wood. My entire body froze. The heater crackled again, covering the sound, but I knew I had heard something. I turned the flashlight on and pointed it at the floorboard that covered the crawl space. Nothing moved. The board looked the same as before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something below had shifted. Maybe it was just the cold air. Maybe wood sometimes creaked like that, but the sound didn't feel like wood creaking. It felt like something under the floor was moving. I stayed awake the rest of the night, staring at the floor and jumping at every small sound. The darkness outside made the inside feel even more trapped. I felt like the cabin was floating in a black ocean and there was nowhere else to go. The heater kept burning, but the warmth didn't feel real anymore. When morning finally came, the faint gray light through the windows felt like a lifeline. It didn't make the cabin safer, but it made me feel like I could leave. I packed everything quickly, even things I had taken out only for a moment, and shut off the heater. The fire inside crackled once more before dying down. I kept the flashlight in my hand as I approached the door. The cold outside hit my face the moment I opened it, but it felt better than the air inside the cabin. I loaded my things into the car as fast as possible, constantly checking the tree line. The snow was undisturbed, no footprints except mine. The forest was silent. But when I came back to lock the cabin door, I paused. The cabin looked darker inside now, even with morning light. I stared at the floorboard that covered the crawl space. I knew I could leave it alone. I knew I should just walk out and drive away. But something inside me needed to check one last time. I stepped inside slowly and listened. Nothing moved, but the silence felt heavier than before. I knelt down and pressed my hand against the floorboard. It didn't flex. Felt solid again like the other boards. Then I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There was a thin line of disturbed dust on top of the board. Just a faint trace, but clear enough to see that the edges had been touched from the inside. The board had moved slightly during the night. Something or someone had pushed against it. I took several steps back, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I stared at the board for a long moment, but nothing happened. The cabin remained silent. I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on the floor. I stepped outside, closed the door, and locked it with trembling hands. I walked to the car without looking back. I started the engine and drove down the narrow road as fast as I safely could. The snow crunched under the tires, and each bump in the road made me grip the steering wheel tighter. I looked in the rearview mirror several times, expecting to see someone walking out of the trees or standing in the cabin doorway, but nothing appeared. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town. When I finally felt safe enough to pull over, my entire body felt heavy. My hands were stiff from gripping the wheel. My clothes smelled like cold air and smoke from the cabin heater. I sat there for a long time, breathing slowly and trying to understand what happened. Someone had been under that cabin. Someone had left those footprints. Someone had a crate filled with other people's belongings. And someone had moved the floorboard while I was inside. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know what I would even say. I didn't know who the belongings belonged to. I didn't know when those items were placed there. And I didn't know where the person who used the crawlspace had gone. I only knew they weren't in the cabin when I left. Or at least I hoped they weren't. The clear ending I understood only after sitting in my parked car for almost 20 minutes, replaying everything in my mind. The crawlspace wasn't abandoned. It was being used. Not by an animal. Not by someone who lived in the cabin long ago. But by someone who still came back. Someone who hid things there. Someone who didn't want anyone to know. Maybe they used the cabin when no one was around. Maybe they had been using it for years. Maybe they heard me moving above them when I arrived. Maybe they stayed still the entire time, waiting for me to leave. Maybe they climbed out after I drove away. The cabin wasn't mine. The crawlspace wasn't mine. The person who used it didn't expect me to show up. And the only reason nothing happened that night was because whoever was underneath the cabin chose not to come up. I drove away and never went back. I went to the cabin because I needed to get away from everything for a while. My mind felt crowded from work, and my days blended together. I wanted silence, open air, cold mornings, and the kind of quiet that made you hear your own heartbeat. The cabin sat deep inside a thin patch of forest near an old logging road that had not been used in years. I picked it because it looked simple and empty, just 4 walls, a roof, and a porch that leaned slightly to one side. It had no neighbors, no passing traffic, and no noise except wind and branches knocking together. When I arrived, I thought the isolation would calm me down. I thought the quiet would lift the stress off my chest. I had no idea that I would soon wish for the noise and the crowds again, because anything was better than being alone out there with the feeling that someone else was hiding just out of sight. The first day felt normal. I unloaded my bags, opened the windows to let the stale cabin air drift out, and walked around the property to get used to the area. The forest around the cabin was thin at first, but the trees grew thicker the farther I walked. Their branches locked above me, creating long patches of shade that felt colder than they should have been. I kept an eye on the cabin through the trees to make sure I did not walk too far and lose sight of it. Every few minutes I glanced back, and each time it looked the same, small and quiet with its dark windows facing the forest. Nothing about that first walk felt strange, but even then, I noticed how the forest carried sound in uneven ways. Sometimes I heard nothing but my own steps, and other times I heard faint cracks and shuffles that seemed far away but also too close at the same time. I told myself it was just animals. Out here, everything was probably an animal. By the time the sun started sliding down, I gathered some wood from the ground and brought it inside. The cabin had a small metal stove that barely warmed the air, but it was enough to make the space tolerable. I made a simple meal, sat by the window, and listened to the wind outside. The forest looked darker than usual because there were no streetlights, no houses, nothing to break the thick blackness. It felt like the world simply ended where the trees began. When I finally lay down, it took a while for my body to settle. My mind kept drifting toward the windows, and every few seconds I lifted my head to glance at them, expecting to see something there. But nothing appeared. I eventually drifted into a light, broken sleep. I woke up around midnight to a soft noise outside. At first I thought it was the wind changing direction, but when I listened closely, it sounded more like footsteps moving across dry leaves. They were slow and spaced apart, like something or someone was taking careful steps. I stayed still, listening. The sound came from the right side of the cabin, near the small window by the stove. The footsteps stopped after a few seconds, and the silence returned. I stayed awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was just a deer or some small creature wandering around. But the cabin walls were thin, and the way the steps sounded too controlled stayed in my mind. Animals did not move like that. They moved all at once, quick or clumsy. This had been slow. The next morning, when sunlight filled the cabin, I forced myself outside to check around. The ground was covered with dry leaves and twigs, and it was hard to see any clear footprints. But near the side of the cabin where I heard the noise, I noticed a small patch of leaves looked shifted, as if someone had stepped there recently. I crouched down and touched the ground. The leaves were pressed deeper, almost like a heel mark, but not clear enough to be sure. I stayed there longer than I should have, staring at that patch, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. I eventually stood up and walked back inside, telling myself to stop thinking about it. I wanted this trip to calm me, not fill my mind with ideas. The second day passed without anything strange happening, but the feeling stayed. I moved slower, listened more, and kept glancing out the windows as if expecting something. When the sun began to set again, the forest filled with colder air, and the shadows around the cabin stretched longer than before. I tried to busy myself by organizing my gear, checking the locks on the doors, and making a fire, but I could not shake the thought that someone had walked near the cabin during the night. When I finally tried to sleep again, I kept my eyes half open, staring at the far wall. At some point, I must have drifted off, because I suddenly woke up to a soft scraping sound on the porch. It was a slow, dragging noise, almost like someone brushing something across the wooden boards. My chest tightened instantly. I held my breath and listened. The sound moved from one end of the porch to the other, stopping now and then. I could picture the layout of the porch in my head, and I could almost track where the sound was simply by its position. It reached the step near the front door and stopped. I waited. My heartbeat filled my ears. The silence felt heavy. Then I heard a very soft thud, almost like someone placing their weight onto the porch gently. I did not move. My whole body felt locked. After a few long seconds, the sound began again, but this time moving away slowly. I waited until it faded into the distance, swallowed by the forest. The silence that followed felt even worse, like whatever had been there could still be standing close, just not making a sound. I stayed awake until the sky slowly brightened through the windows. In the morning, I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. The porch looked normal at first, nothing out of place. But when I knelt down near the far corner, I saw faint scuff marks on one of the boards. They were not shaped like footprints, more like dragging marks, as if someone had slid something across the surface. I followed them with my finger and felt the shallow lines in the wood. They looked recent. I stood up with a heaviness in my chest and looked around the forest. It was quiet, too quiet. I decided to walk farther into the trees that day to see if I could find anything or just try to clear my head. I kept a slow pace, stepping over roots and fallen branches. The farther I went, the less wind I felt. The trees blocked most of it, and the air felt heavy and still. I kept looking back at the cabin every few minutes to make sure I was not losing sight of it. But soon the trees were too thick, and it disappeared from view. I kept going anyway, thinking maybe I needed to push myself to break the paranoia. But after a while, I came across something that made me stop. A tree stood ahead of me with a small strip of bark peeled away at waist height. At first it did not look like much, but when I touched it, the wood underneath felt fresh, like it had been peeled recently. A few steps away, another tree had a similar mark. I slowly turned in a circle, scanning the area. Several trees had strips of bark peeled off, forming almost an uneven path leading deeper into the forest. I did not want to follow them, but it was hard not to notice how they formed a rough line. I took a few steps along the path of peeled trees, moving slowly, listening for anything. The forest stayed still. After a few minutes, I came across something else strange. A pile of rocks sat at the base of a tree, stacked neatly into a little tower. It was not large, maybe 10 or 12 rocks, but they were placed carefully on top of one another. It did not look natural. It looked like someone built it intentionally. I stared at it for a long time. The longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. I backed away from the tree slowly, feeling the hairs on my arms rise. I turned around and started walking back toward the cabin, moving faster than before but trying not to run. When the cabin finally came into view through the trees, I felt a small relief, but it vanished as soon as I stepped onto the clearing. The cabin door was slightly open. I knew I had closed it. I remembered pushing it shut and checking the lock. The lock was old and stiff, but it worked. Now the door hung open just a few inches, enough to show the darkness inside. I stood still for a long time, staring at that small crack. The wind did not blow it open. It took force. Someone had pushed it. I slowly approached the door, placing each step carefully on the ground. When I reached the porch, I hesitated, listening for any sound inside. Nothing moved. I pushed the door open wider and stepped in. My eyes scanned the room. Everything looked mostly the same, but a few small things felt off. My bag, which I had left by the corner, looked slightly shifted. One of my boots lay on its side instead of standing upright. A small fold of my sleeping bag was flipped outward like someone had walked past it or touched it. The smell in the air also felt different, less like old wood and dust and more like sweat or damp fabric. I stood in the center of the room for a long time, breathing slowly, feeling my heartbeat thumping in my chest. Someone had been inside. Maybe they still were. I checked every corner of the cabin, even though it was only one room and a small storage space at the back. Nobody was there. Whoever came inside had left before I returned. But the idea that someone had walked around the cabin while I was deep in the forest made my stomach twist. I locked the door again, pushing a chair under the handle for extra security. I told myself the intruder was probably gone, maybe just passing by, maybe some lost hiker or someone looking for shelter. But the sense of carefulness in the way things were moved made it feel like the person did not come to take anything. They came to look. They had walked around and inspected my things, maybe even watched me leave. The thought bothered me more than anything. That night, I stayed awake for as long as I could, resting with my back against the wall where I could see the front door and both windows. The fire burned low in the stove, casting weak orange light around the room. I watched the shadows move with every small flicker of the flames. My eyelids felt heavy, but fear kept them from closing fully. At some point deep into the night, I heard soft steps outside again. They were faint, but too steady to be an animal. They circled the cabin slowly, pausing at times as if listening. I stayed silent, barely breathing. The steps moved toward the window for a moment, and I felt the weight of whoever was out there even though I could not see them. Then they drifted away again, fading into the forest. When morning finally came, I stepped outside to check around again. This time I found something new. At the edge of the clearing, near the tree line, someone had placed another small stack of rocks. It looked just like the one I saw deep in the forest. 12 rocks, stacked neatly in a small tower. I stared at it for a long time. It was placed directly facing the cabin, like someone had put it there to signal something or to quietly remind me that they knew where I was, that they were watching. The day felt different after that. Every sound put me on edge. Every movement in the corner of my vision made me turn my head. I stayed close to the cabin, not wanting to walk into the forest again. I checked around the building repeatedly, looking for footprints or anything new, but the leaf-covered ground made everything unclear. The tension stayed in my chest, growing heavier with each hour. Later in the afternoon, I filled a small bucket from the nearby creek and set it by the stove. When I went back outside to fetch more firewood, I felt the sensation of being watched. It came suddenly, like a pressure at the back of my neck. I turned quickly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. The forest looked normal, empty, and still. But I could not shake the feeling. My skin prickled. I gathered the wood quickly and went back inside. That night, something changed. The steps outside did not come and go like before. They came closer. They stayed longer. I heard heavy breathing at one point, soft but unmistakable. Paused near the window beside my bed. I stayed still, eyes wide open in the dark. The breathing grew quieter after a while, then stopped completely. I listened for more sounds, but heard none. At some point, I drifted off in small moments of exhaustion, waking at every small creak of the cabin. In the morning, I saw something new on the porch. A single rock sat near the front door. It was smooth, round, and clean, not like the rough forest stones. It looked placed, not dropped. I picked it up slowly and felt its cold surface. Someone had put it there during the night, just inches from the door. My mind felt stretched thin. I knew I could not stay. I needed to leave the cabin and get back to the road where my car was parked. But the problem was the distance. It was a long walk, more than an hour through the forest. The idea of walking through the trees alone again made my chest tighten. But staying another night felt even worse. I spent most of the day preparing to leave. I packed quickly, trying to stay alert to every sound. The forest stayed silent, which somehow felt more threatening. With everything ready, I waited until the last bit of daylight remained. I wanted to leave when I could still see the path clearly, but when night was not too close behind me. As I stepped onto the porch with my bag on my shoulder, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the ground, near the edge of the clearing, there were new footprints. Unlike the earlier marks, these were clear. They were human. They led from the forest toward the cabin, stopped near the porch, and then turned back into the trees. They were fresh. Whoever had been watching me had been close, very close, only hours earlier. I took a deep breath and stepped off the porch, forcing myself to move. My legs felt light, almost weak, but I pushed through. I entered the tree line and tried to follow the rough path back toward the road. The forest felt heavier than before, like the air had thickened around me. Every rustle of leaves made me turn my head. Every snap of a twig sounded too sharp. I walked fast, focusing on keeping a steady pace. As I moved deeper into the forest, the light faded quickly. The trees blocked most of the sunset, leaving the path dim and uneven. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see someone there, but every time I checked, the path was empty. Still, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. My breath shortened, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. Halfway through the walk, I heard a faint movement behind me. It was not loud, but it was there, a soft crack of leaves under a foot. I did not stop walking, but I turned my head slightly, trying to look without making it obvious. First, I saw nothing, but then, between two trees, I thought I saw a shape, a figure, tall, still, almost blending into the shadows. As soon as I looked fully, it stepped back into the trees and disappeared. I picked up my pace, almost running now. The forest grew darker with each minute. The sounds behind me came more often. Small steps, soft rustles, like someone following just far enough to avoid being seen clearly. I kept moving, pushing through branches that scratched my arms and face. The path opened slightly as I neared the edge of the forest, and the faint outline of the old road came into view. Relief rushed through me, but I did not slow down. As I broke out of the trees and onto the road, I looked back one last time. For a moment, the forest looked normal, empty, still. But then, deep between the dark trunks, I saw the shape again, standing, watching, not moving. I turned away and ran down the road toward my car. When I reached it, I threw my bag inside, got behind the wheel and locked the doors. My hands shook as I started the engine. The headlights lit up the road, and I pressed the gas harder than I ever had before. The forest thinned behind me as I drove, and I did not stop until I reached a populated area miles away. Even now, when I think back, the ending stays clear in my mind. I escaped the cabin, and I made it out of the forest. But the memory that stays with me is not the footsteps or the stacks of rocks or the open door. It is the image of that silent figure standing deep in the trees, watching me leave. The stillness of it, the patience of someone who had been there the whole time, moving slowly around the cabin, stepping just close enough to be heard at night, leaving small signs, standing in the dark where I could barely see. There was no ghost, no fantasy, no strange creature. It was just a person, a real person who hid in the quiet forest, who walked slowly around the cabin at night, who entered when I was gone, who watched me from behind the trees, and who followed me through the forest until the moment I reached the road. The ending is simple and clear. I left that place alive, but the thought that someone like that is out there, hiding in silence, waiting and watching, has stayed with me every single day since. I never went back to the cabin, and I never will. The memory is enough, and the fear sits in a place I cannot reach, reminding me of the quiet footsteps in the dark and the feeling of being watched by someone who never needed to speak, never needed to show themselves fully, and never needed to be anything other than real. That is the part that makes it all truly scary. I had been planning this solo trip for months. After a grueling year at work, full of endless deadlines and long nights staring at screens, I wanted nothing more than to disappear into the woods for a while, somewhere remote, quiet, and untouched, where I could hear nothing but the wind in the trees and the occasional bird. I found a cabin listed online, tucked deep in a national forest several hours from the nearest town. The photos showed a small wooden structure with a stone chimney, a porch that wrapped around the front, and a clearing in front of it that led into the dense forest. It seemed perfect. I left early on a Friday morning, the sky still pale with the faint light of dawn. My car was packed with supplies: a backpack full of clothes, a sleeping bag, a cooler with enough food for a week, and a small first aid kit. I had a flashlight, a battery-powered lantern, extra batteries, and a small camping stove. I had printed maps of the area, memorized the route to the cabin, and checked the weather forecast multiple times. Everything seemed ready. Everything seemed safe. The drive was long and quiet. The road narrowed as I entered the forest, eventually becoming a gravel track lined with towering pines. The air grew cooler and heavier with the scent of damp earth and moss. Occasionally, I passed signs warning of bears and other wildlife, but the thought didn't scare me. I felt an odd sort of comfort in the isolation, imagining myself disconnected from the chaos of everyday life. When I arrived, the sun was already high enough to cast long shadows across the clearing. The cabin looked even better in person. The wood was weathered but solid, the roof intact, and the porch wide enough for a chair or two. There was a stack of firewood neatly piled near the side of the cabin, and the windows reflected the sunlight, giving the place a quiet, welcoming glow. I parked the car and unloaded my things, carrying them into the cabin. Inside, it smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp pine. The cabin was small but functional. A main room with a kitchenette, a small dining table, and a fireplace. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom with a modest bed and a bathroom with a working sink and toilet. I set my backpack down, unpacked the essentials, and spent the next hour exploring the cabin, making sure everything worked, checking for hazards, and getting a feel for my surroundings. By late afternoon, I had built a small fire in the fireplace and was sitting on the porch with a cup of instant coffee. The forest was alive with sound: birds chirping, leaves rustling, distant animal calls. But there was also a silence that felt heavy, almost unnatural in its depth. It was the kind of quiet that makes you aware of every tiny sound: the creak of a branch, the scurry of a squirrel, the whisper of wind through the trees. I told myself it was nothing, just the normal sounds of the forest, and tried to relax. As the evening approached, the forest seemed to change. The shadows grew longer, stretching across the clearing and creeping toward the cabin. The wind picked up, rustling the trees more aggressively, and I felt a chill run down my spine despite the fire. I lit my lantern inside and made a simple dinner of canned beans and bread. I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire and the comforting smell of burning wood, but there was an uneasy feeling gnawing at me, something I couldn't quite name. Night fell quickly in the forest. The darkness outside the windows became almost complete, punctuated only by the occasional glint of moonlight through the branches. I went to bed early, hoping a good night's sleep would erase the tension. I had a flashlight on the nightstand and kept my phone within reach, even though I had little signal. The first few hours passed uneventfully, the crackle of the fire lulling me to sleep. But then I woke. At first, I thought it was a dream, the kind where you wake up and aren't sure if you're awake or still dreaming. There was a sound outside, soft but deliberate, a footstep on the gravel near the cabin. My heart jumped, and I froze, straining my ears. Another step, then another. Someone was walking around the cabin. I stayed perfectly still, telling myself it was probably an animal. Deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But the sound was too heavy, too deliberate for any normal animal. The steps paused, and then there was a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged along the gravel. I gripped the flashlight, slowly crawling out of bed and toward the window. I peered through the curtain but saw nothing in the shadows. The clearing was empty, except for the dark silhouettes of the trees. I tried to shake off the night as I spent the day chopping wood, gathering water from a nearby stream, and tidying the cabin. By evening, I felt a little more at ease. The first night had shaken me, but I convinced myself that I was safe, that I had done everything right. I built the fire again, made dinner, and settled in with a book. Then the second night came, and with it, the sounds returned. Footsteps on the gravel, faint rustling near the tree line, and the sense that someone or something was out there watching. This time, I was prepared. I kept the hatchet by my side and the flashlight in my hand. I refused to sleep fully, staying alert, eyes wide as the shadows of the trees stretched across the clearing. It went on like that for 3 nights. Every night, the sense of being watched grew stronger. I saw shapes moving just beyond the clearing, but whenever I turned the light or focused my eyes, there was nothing there. The forest itself seemed to close in around me, the sounds louder, sharper, more intentional. I started leaving the fire burning all night, just to have a point of comfort, a circle of light against the darkness. By the 4th day, I realized I couldn't stay any longer. I had to leave. My nerves were shredded, every sound sending me into panic. I packed hastily, taking only the essentials, and loaded the car in near silence. As I started the engine and drove away, I didn't dare look back. The forest seemed normal in the daylight, peaceful even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched the entire time, that something had been just beyond the clearing, waiting. The drive back was long and tense. Every movement in the trees beside the road made me flinch. But eventually, I reached the main highway and civilization. The fear ebbed slowly, replaced by relief. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not really, anyway. It sounded irrational, and I didn't want to be judged. But the experience stayed with me. I couldn't forget the way the forest seemed to shift at night, the footsteps that weren't there in the day, the constant, creeping sense of being observed. A week later, I returned to the same area to hike a trail nearby, thinking I could face the fear. But the closer I got to the cabin, the more my stomach turned. I didn't go near it again. The thought of that small wooden structure, sitting alone in the clearing, surrounded by dark trees, filled me with dread. And I realized something. The forest isn't dangerous in itself. People aren't dangerous in itself. But alone, isolated, in the wrong circumstances, it has a way of exposing a vulnerability you can't prepare for. I learned that fear isn't always about a creature or an attack. It's about being small in a vast, dark world where you are alone, where you can't see everything, and where every sound is amplified by your mind. And sometimes that's enough. Enough to change you, enough to make you wary of the quiet, enough to remind you that safety is fragile, and that even when nothing happens, the possibility of something happening is enough to haunt you. Years later, I still remember that cabin. The feel of the rough wooden floors under my hands, the scent of damp pine in the air, the way the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. I don't go back. I haven't needed to. The lesson I learned was clear. Sometimes, the scariest thing isn't a person, an animal, or a ghost. It's the realization that in the right or wrong conditions we are utterly alone, and the world doesn't care. And that knowledge has stayed with me, shaping every trip I take, every time I camp, every time I seek solitude. Because I know now that fear is not something you fight with weapons or fire. It is something you endure, something you live through, something you recognize and respect. And that, in its own way, is the best ending to any story. Knowing what is real, acknowledging it, and living to tell the tale, wiser and more cautious, but unbroken. I had been planning this trip for months, the kind of solo retreat that was supposed to clear my head and give me a break from the constant noise of life. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods, far from any roads or towns, and the idea of being completely alone had been the main attraction. I packed carefully, double-checking the essentials: food, water, blankets, a first aid kit, extra batteries for my flashlight, a small propane stove, and a few books. I had a satellite phone just in case, though reception was weak in this area. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway. Just me, the cabin, and the endless stretch of forest surrounding it. I never expected the sense of isolation to become so oppressive, or the danger so immediate. The drive to the cabin had been long and winding. The map I printed out from an old site wasn't perfectly accurate, and I found myself questioning the directions more than once. Eventually, I came to a narrow dirt path lined with tall pines, their branches arching overhead to form a dense canopy that let only slivers of sunlight through. The air changed the moment I left the main road. The smell of damp earth and pine sap became stronger, and the hum of distant traffic disappeared entirely. The further I drove, the more I felt the solitude pressing down on me. It was the kind of quiet that made every small sound seem amplified: the rustle of leaves, a distant bird call, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The cabin came into view after nearly an hour of crawling down the dirt path. It was older than I had imagined, built of rough timber that had weathered to a dark gray. The roof sagged slightly, and a small chimney rose crookedly into the sky. A narrow porch ran along the front, and a single window reflected the forest around it. I parked my car and stepped out, letting my eyes adjust to the shade. The air was cool, almost cold, and the scent of the woods was sharp and earthy. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, and far off, water running over rocks, maybe a small creek. The place had an undeniable charm, but there was also a feeling of abandonment about it, a sense that no one had stayed here for a while. I unlocked the door with a key I had received from the owner and stepped inside. The air was musty, tinged with the smell of old wood and dust. The cabin was small, just a single room with a loft above. A rough wooden table sat against one wall, along with a few chairs and a small kitchen area with a propane stove. There was a pile of firewood in one corner, and the loft looked like it could hold a mattress or two. I set down my backpack and took a slow walk around, examining the space. Everything seemed serviceable, though worn. The windows were dirty but intact. The floor creaked in places, but it was solid. I unpacked my things and started a small fire in the stove. The warmth immediately made the cabin feel less like a storage shed and more like a home, temporary though it would be. I boiled water, made some instant food, and settled onto the floor with my blanket wrapped around me. Outside, the sun was lowering, casting long shadows across the forest. The isolation was deepening, and with it, a creeping awareness that I was completely alone. It was a strange feeling, a mix of relief and unease. As the first night set in, the forest around the cabin seemed to come alive with sound. Branches scraped against each other, leaves rustled, and the wind moved unpredictably through the trees. I tried to ignore it, telling myself these were normal noises, but every small sound drew my attention. At one point, I thought I heard something larger, like a branch snapping closer to the cabin, but I couldn't be sure. I walked to the window and peered out into the darkness. The forest was black, dense, and impenetrable. Shapes moved in the shadows, or maybe my mind was creating shapes where there were none. Sleep came reluctantly. I woke several times during the night, each time convinced I had heard footsteps outside or some other intruder. My heart raced each time, but when I checked, there was nothing. The cabin remained empty, still, silent except for the natural sounds of the forest. By the time morning arrived, I was exhausted, the tension of the night weighing heavily on me. I spent the next day exploring the nearby area. There was a small creek not far from the cabin, and I walked along it, taking in the sound of running water and the feel of cool stones beneath my feet. Birds called to each other, squirrels scurried, and the forest seemed more alive, more welcoming in the daylight. But even then, a subtle sense of being watched lingered. I kept imagining glimpses of movement just beyond my vision, shadows that vanished when I turned my head. I told myself it was paranoia, that the solitude was affecting my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling entirely. The second night was worse. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin and making the branches scrape louder against the walls. I thought I heard someone or something outside moving closer, though I couldn't see anything. I checked the windows, shone my flashlight into the trees, and even walked around the perimeter of the cabin, but the forest was empty. My nerves were fraying. Every sound was amplified. Every shadow seemed like a potential threat. The isolation that had felt peaceful the first night had become oppressive, suffocating. Around midnight, I was awakened by a new sound. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It was deliberate. Footsteps, crunching over the leaves and twigs outside the cabin. My heart stopped. I froze, listening. The sound circled the cabin, moving slowly, deliberately. I reached for my flashlight and shined it out the window, but the darkness was deep, the trees hiding anything that might be there. My mind raced through possibilities. Who could be out there? Someone lost? Someone dangerous? I tried to stay calm, telling myself to wait and observe. I didn't want to make any sudden moves. The steps continued intermittently, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, as if whoever or whatever it was circling the cabin, testing me. I thought about the satellite phone in my bag, but the weak signal made me hesitate. I needed proof first, some confirmation that there was a real person outside and not just my imagination. Hours passed in a terrifying slow crawl. The wind died down, the sounds of the forest lessened, and the footsteps eventually stopped. I didn't sleep again that night, sitting by the stove, listening for any hint of movement. Morning brought no relief, only the heavy feeling of dread that had settled over me. The next day, I explored further from the cabin, hoping to reclaim a sense of control. I found an old logging road nearby, overgrown but still visible, that led deeper into the forest. Walking along it, I realized just how isolated I truly was. The trees were thick, the underbrush dense, and the forest floor uneven. Every crack of a branch, every bird call, made me jump. I kept reminding myself to stay alert, to stay aware of my surroundings. By the evening, I had returned to the cabin, carrying extra firewood I had found along the way. I reinforced the door as best I could, stacking logs and making it harder for anyone to get inside. The satellite phone still showed minimal signal, but I sent a short message to a friend in town, letting them know I was okay and expected to be back in a few days. It was a small reassurance, a lifeline of normalcy in an otherwise tense environment. Night 3 was the most harrowing. Around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, closer this time, not circling the cabin, but moving directly toward it. My hands shook as I grabbed the heaviest object I could find, a fire poker, and positioned myself near the door. The steps stopped abruptly. I strained my eyes in the darkness, my ears sharp, waiting for any movement. Minutes passed, then a faint scraping at the door. My stomach dropped. Someone was trying to get in. I braced myself and shouted, though I knew there was no one to hear me. The scraping continued, intermittent, slow, testing. I realized I had to act. I reached for the stove and quickly lifted it to get a better line of sight through the window next to the door. The moonlight cast faint shadows, and I saw a figure crouched just outside, barely distinguishable among the trees. They were human, a stranger. My heart pounded. I remembered the satellite phone. I scrambled for it, dialing emergency services. The weak signal caused the call to drop several times, but I persisted. When I finally got through, I explained my location as best I could and described the intruder. They told me help was on the way and instructed me to stay inside and secure the cabin. I moved as quietly as I could, listening to the stranger shifting outside, occasionally kicking at the door or trying to peer through the windows. It took hours for help to arrive. I sat in the corner, holding the poker, watching the figure retreat slowly as sirens finally sounded in the distance. When the police arrived, they scoured the surrounding forest, but the intruder was gone. They told me it could have been a transient or someone lost, but the deliberate nature of the approach suggested something more sinister. I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear, knowing that the forest had concealed a threat that I could have never predicted. In the aftermath, I stayed an extra day, accompanied by the police, ensuring nothing else happened. I packed my belongings and left the cabin. Each step back toward civilization, a small release of tension I hadn't realized had built up over the past days. Driving away, I looked back at the cabin, still standing amid the forest, and I realized that the isolation I had sought for peace had almost become a trap. By the time I returned home, I had a new understanding of solitude and a cautious respect for the unknown. The forest, once a retreat, had become a place of intense vulnerability. The experience left me shaken but wiser, teaching me the importance of preparation, vigilance, and humility in the face of real danger. It was a terrifying ordeal, but it ended with clarity. I survived, and the lesson I learned would stay with me far longer than the fear. I had been looking forward to this cabin trip for months. The work year had been brutal, filled with constant pressure, long hours, and a feeling that no matter how much I accomplished, it was never enough. I craved silence, a place far from the city and from people, somewhere I could just be alone, where the noise of the world wouldn't reach me. I found the cabin online, a small, rustic place tucked into the forest of northern Vermont, miles away from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but thick pine woods and the kind of quiet that felt heavy and almost solid. The pictures were promising. A small wooden structure with a stone fireplace, a little porch that looked out over a clearing, a stream not far from the door. It seemed perfect. I drove up late on a Thursday, the roads winding and narrow, trees pressing close to the asphalt. By the time I arrived, it was past dark. I remember feeling my pulse quicken as I turned off the main road onto a narrow dirt path. The headlights cut through the thick shadows of the trees, revealing glimpses of the cabin through the trunks. When I finally reached it, I parked and sat in the car for a long moment, staring at the dark outline of the building. It looked smaller than I imagined, but solid, quiet, safe. I grabbed my bag and stepped out, the smell of wet earth and pine hitting me immediately. The air was cool and damp, and the only sound was the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. The door opened easily with the key I had been sent, and I stepped inside. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and cleaning products. It was sparse but comfortable. A small living area with a couch and a worn rug, a kitchen with a gas stove and a fridge that hummed quietly, and a bedroom in the back with a single bed. I set my things down, lit the fireplace, and for the first time since I left the city, I felt a sense of calm. I cooked a simple dinner and ate while sitting on the couch, listening to the crackle of the fire. Outside, the darkness pressed against the windows. It was different from city darkness. It felt thick, as if it could reach inside. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept fitfully, waking several times to the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. There was no electricity beyond the small lights inside the cabin, and the moonlight spilling through the windows made everything seem sharper, more defined. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The forest was dense, the ground uneven and covered with fallen leaves and pine needles. I walked to the small stream I had seen in the pictures. The water ran clear and cold, the sound of it soothing. I spent a few hours just walking along the edge, occasionally glancing back at the cabin, which now seemed smaller and even more isolated the further I got. On the second day, something changed. It started subtly. I was preparing breakfast when I heard a noise outside, soft at first, a rustle, like someone walking through the leaves. I told myself it was just an animal. There were deer I had read and perhaps a fox or two, but the sound kept coming, intermittent, sometimes stopping, sometimes close, sometimes far away. When I stepped outside, I saw nothing but trees. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling lingered, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I spent the day trying to ignore it, chopping wood for the fireplace, collecting water from the stream, organizing my supplies. Every now and then, I would hear a faint rustle, and I would stop and stare into the woods. Shadows shifted, branches moved, but I never saw anyone. At night, I double-checked the locks and made sure the windows were shut. I had my phone, but there was no signal, and the thought that I couldn't call anyone made the isolation more real. On the third day, the feeling of being watched became almost constant. Every time I stepped outside, the forest seemed to close in. The rustling followed me, always just out of sight. I told myself it was my imagination, that being alone made me jumpy. But the noises were too precise, too deliberate. Once, while fetching water, I thought I saw a shadow moving between the trees. I froze, holding my breath, listening. Nothing moved. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, that the wind had shifted a branch. By the fourth day, I had started sleeping with the fire still going. I found it impossible to feel completely safe in the bed. Every small sound made me tense. The snap of a twig, the creak of the floorboards, the rustle of leaves outside the window. During the day, I stayed near the cabin, chopping wood and preparing food, keeping a knife close, just in case. I started noticing small signs that didn't make sense. Twigs that had been on the ground were suddenly broken, footprints in the dirt that weren't mine, and once I found the screen of the window in the kitchen slightly lifted, as if someone had peered inside. I was careful not to touch anything, thinking maybe I had imagined it, but the unease had begun to gnaw at me. That evening, I was in the living room stacking firewood when I heard it. The deliberate crunch of footsteps on the porch. My heart raced. I froze, trying to convince myself it was an animal. But the steps were too heavy, too deliberate, and they stopped right outside the door. I didn't move. I thought about calling the police, but with no signal, it was impossible. I went to the window slowly, keeping my body low, and peered outside. Nothing. The porch was empty, the night dark and still. I waited, breath held, and then the steps started again, moving around the side of the cabin. I spent the night with the fire roaring and the knife beside me. I didn't sleep much. Every sound made me tense. I imagined someone hiding in the trees, watching, waiting. The isolation had gone from peaceful to threatening. I began thinking about ways to escape. The nearest road was at least 2 miles away, and in the dark, it would be nearly impossible to get there unnoticed if someone was out there. I couldn't drive until morning, and the thought of spending another night with whoever, or whatever, was around made my stomach turn. The next morning, I decided to move quickly. I packed essential supplies: food, water, the knife, and my backpack. I planned to leave at first light, hoping that daylight would reduce the risk of an encounter. I stepped outside to survey the surroundings. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every branch still, every leaf motionless. But then I saw them. Footprints leading from the tree line to the cabin, and then circling around it. They were too large to be mine and too regular to be an animal. I realized with a jolt that someone had been here, following me, waiting, watching. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my backpack and ran. I stuck to the tree line, hoping to stay out of sight, moving as quietly as I could. The underbrush tore at my clothes and scratched my arms, but I ignored it. My pulse was racing. Every shadow looked like a person. Every snap of a branch made me stop. After what felt like hours but was only minutes, I reached the dirt road. I ran onto it, waving my arms and shouting. The road was empty, but I could see headlights approaching in the distance. I ran into the middle of the road and flagged the car down. The driver, a middle-aged man in a pickup, slowed and stopped. I jumped into the truck without explanation, gasping, shaking, trying to get the words out. He listened quietly as I told him what had happened. His face was serious. He explained that the area had seen a rise in break-ins and that isolated cabins were sometimes targeted by people watching for lone occupants. He offered to drive me to the nearest town, where I could call the authorities and arrange for someone to check on the cabin. I agreed, relief flooding me as the truck moved back down the winding road toward civilization. In town, I stayed at a small motel. I contacted the police and reported what had happened. They took the report seriously, promising to check on the cabin. The relief I felt sitting in the motel room was immense. The fear and tension that had gripped me for days began to ebb, though I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability that lingered. A few days later, I returned with a friend during daylight, armed with more supplies and a plan to secure the cabin. When we arrived, the evidence was clear. Footprints, disturbed ground, signs of someone having been there. The cabin itself had minor damage. The window screen had been lifted. A few items had been moved. Nothing was missing, but the intrusion was undeniable. We reinforced the locks and set up extra lights around the cabin. After that, I never stayed there alone again. I realized how dangerous it was to isolate oneself in such a remote place without any way to call for help. The experience left me wary, more cautious about the outdoors, but it also left me determined. I took self-defense courses, learned about securing properties in remote areas, and made a habit of checking in frequently when staying away from town. Looking back, the cabin was beautiful, and the solitude I had sought was intoxicating, but it had almost cost me dearly. The forest, which I had imagined as a haven, became a place of anxiety and fear. The isolation that had promised peace had instead brought danger. But I survived, and I learned from the experience. I learned how to respect the wilderness, how to assess risk, and how to prepare for situations where there is no one around to help. That understanding, that preparedness, gave me a measure of control and confidence I had never felt before. The experience haunted me for a while, not in the sense of supernatural fear, but in memory, in vivid recall of every sound, every shadow, every small shift of the trees that had kept me on edge. But over time, the fear became a story of survival. I could recount it without trembling. I could look at the forest from the road and know that, even if I ventured back, I was better prepared, more aware, more capable. The lesson was clear. Isolation can be both a gift and a risk, and respect for the unknown is not superstition. It is survival. I never went back to that cabin alone, but I still visit the area sometimes during the day when others are around, when the forest seems less threatening. I hike and explore, but I never forget the weeks I spent there. The nights spent listening to footsteps that weren't mine, the fear of being watched when I was utterly alone. And I keep the memories in a clear, precise way, not as a haunting, but as a warning, a lesson, a reminder of how fragile safety can be when it is taken for granted. I had been planning this trip for months. The thought of leaving the city behind, the noise, the people, the constant tension, and retreating to a remote cabin in the woods had kept me going through long workdays and endless traffic. The cabin was far away, tucked deep into the forest, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that I had to drive carefully along for miles. Even the GPS lost signal before the final stretch, leaving me to rely on the little printed directions the rental agency had emailed me. I liked that about it. The idea of being alone, entirely removed from the world, surrounded only by the trees, the air, and the sounds of the forest. The drive itself was long but peaceful. The trees pressed in on either side of the narrow road, their shadows stretching across the path as the late afternoon sun began to sink behind them. By the time I saw the cabin, I felt a small thrill of relief and excitement. It was a simple, wooden structure, rustic but solid, with a slanted roof, a chimney, and windows darkened by dirt and age. A small porch jutted out in front, its wood weathered but sturdy. There was no electricity pole visible, and judging from the setup, it seemed I would be relying on a generator for power, which was fine. I liked the isolation. I parked the car and unloaded my things. A large backpack with clothes, a smaller one with food and water, my camera, and a few tools I always carried just in case. The forest smelled like pine and wet earth, a deep, musty smell that made me feel alive in a way the city never did. I opened the cabin door and stepped inside. The air was cooler than outside, slightly damp, but clean, with the faint smell of old wood. The interior was simple: a small kitchen area with a sink, a few cabinets and a worn table, a corner with a wood-burning stove, a narrow hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom that looked functional but aged. The furniture was sparse, mostly wooden chairs and a small couch. The windows gave views of thick forest, green leaves brushing against the glass. I set my things down and lit a fire in the stove. Watching the flames crackle gave me a sense of comfort, a reassurance that I could be here alone and be okay. I spent the first evening unpacking, checking supplies, and exploring the surroundings. There was a small shed to the side of the cabin, likely storing firewood and some basic tools. Beyond that, the forest stretched out endlessly. The birds were still active, and I could hear small rustlings, squirrels or deer, perhaps. By the time the sun fully set, the forest grew quiet, heavy with the stillness of night. I ate a simple dinner and went to bed, comforted by the warmth of the fire, confident in the security of the cabin. The first night passed without incident. I woke a few times, startled by noises outside, branches breaking, leaves rustling. But nothing seemed unusual, and I reminded myself that wildlife moved freely through these woods. The second day, I decided to hike a little around the property. The dirt road continued past the cabin, disappearing into denser forest. I packed water, some snacks, and my camera, wanting to capture the wildness around me. The woods were beautiful, almost overwhelming in their density. Sunlight speckled the ground through the leaves, and the air smelled of damp moss and pine. I wandered further than I expected, losing track of time as I followed a small creek and clambered over fallen trees. It was during this hike that I first noticed something odd. At first, it was subtle. Footprints in the dirt, large and muddy, unlike any animal tracks I recognized. They didn't seem human either, too wide, too deep, but still shaped vaguely like boots. I paused, scanning the surrounding trees. The forest was dense, and I couldn't see anything, but the tracks were fresh. They led in the same direction I had been walking. I felt a small shiver but dismissed it as my imagination. Maybe it was an old logging trail someone passing through earlier in the week. I took note of the tracks and decided to head back to the cabin before it got dark. Returning, I felt a creeping unease. The forest seemed quieter now, the usual rustling and bird calls absent. The path back seemed longer than before, and I realized I had taken a slightly different route. I tried to focus on the cabin ahead, but when I finally saw it, my stomach sank. The door, which I remembered locking, was slightly ajar. My pulse quickened. I hadn't felt unsafe before, but now the solitude pressed on me. I gripped the door handle carefully, stepping inside. Everything looked as I had left it. Nothing was missing. No evidence anyone had been there. Still, I double-checked all the windows and locked the door again. That night, sleep was uneasy. Every snap of a branch outside, every small rustle in the underbrush, made me tense. I kept imagining someone, or something, moving outside, following me. I told myself it was just the wind or animals, but the unease didn't leave. Around midnight, I woke to a different sound. Soft thuds against the walls, faint but deliberate. I froze, listening. The sound continued, irregular, moving around the cabin. My first thought was that it was a branch hitting the wall, but the rhythm was wrong, heavier. I grabbed the small flashlight I kept near the bed and crept to the window, shining the light across the yard. The beam caught nothing but shadows. I checked all doors again, securing them as best I could, and kept the fire going. I didn't sleep well. The next day, I decided to investigate more cautiously. I explored around the cabin's immediate area, looking for evidence of who or what had been there. That's when I found the tire tracks. They led from the road, past the cabin, and back into the woods, fresh and deep. Someone had driven close enough to the cabin to observe it. My stomach sank. I hadn't seen a car or any person when I arrived, and now it seemed someone had been watching. I felt exposed, trapped in this isolation. I debated leaving immediately, but the nearest town was 2 hours away on rough roads. If someone was around, leaving might alert them. I had to be careful. I spent the day fortifying the cabin as best I could. I piled logs against the lower windows, placed heavy objects behind the doors, and prepared a supply of water and food near the stove in case I needed to stay inside for a long period. I also took a small knife from my pack and kept it within reach. By evening, I was exhausted but felt a little safer, though still tense. As darkness fell, I kept the fire burning and stayed near the center of the cabin, where I could hear every sound. Night 3 was worse. Around 1 in the morning, I heard the sound of someone trying the door. Slow, deliberate movements. My heart raced. I held my breath, listening. The person or people were testing the locks, trying to push the door open. I grabbed my knife, staying quiet. After what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. I waited, tense, until dawn broke, casting weak light through the dirty windows. I cautiously peeked outside. The tire tracks were gone. No footprints either, except the muddy ones I had seen before, now partially washed away by light rain overnight. Whoever it was, they had been patient, watching, and now they were gone. I couldn't shake the feeling they could return at any moment. I spent the next day preparing for a potential confrontation. I checked the shed, finding a few tools: a hatchet, a crowbar, and a hammer. I moved them closer to the cabin, hidden but accessible. I also looked around for any natural defenses. Large rocks, heavy logs, anything that could be used if someone tried to break in again. The forest that had seemed so peaceful now felt like a trap. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow made me flinch. I realized that the isolation I had loved was now a vulnerability. There was no one around to help if things went wrong. As evening fell again, I resolved to stay alert all night. I sat near the stove, the fire bright, casting flickering light across the walls. I kept a knife in one hand, a crowbar at my side, and a flashlight across my lap. Hours passed slowly. I could hear animals moving outside, but no human sounds. Still, I couldn't relax. I stayed awake until dawn, watching, listening, tense. The next morning, I decided to investigate the road leading further into the forest. I needed to understand if anyone had a way to reach the cabin unnoticed. I hiked cautiously, marking my trail and staying alert. As I moved, I noticed more signs. Broken branches at unusual heights, flattened grass in places that suggested someone had been moving quickly through the undergrowth. The realization settled in. Whoever had been here wasn't just passing by. They had knowledge of the forest and had likely been watching me from a distance. I felt a wave of fear, but also determination. I couldn't let panic control me. I had to stay calm, observant, and plan. Over the following days, I maintained a strict routine. I only ventured outside during daylight, always carrying my knife, crowbar, and flashlight. I reinforced the cabin further, stacking firewood against the doors and windows and moving heavy furniture in strategic positions. I kept track of every sound, every movement outside, always watching the shadows. Slowly, I learned to anticipate wildlife movements versus human movements. The forest became a puzzle I had to solve to stay safe. On the 7th day, I noticed something new: faint smoke rising in the distance from the direction of the road. I watched carefully, noting its movement. It wasn't from the cabin's chimney. Someone was out there. My first instinct was fear, but I realized that panic would not help me. I prepared carefully, taking my backpack with supplies, knife, crowbar, and flashlight, and planned a cautious approach. I didn't want to confront them directly, but I needed information. I moved quietly through the underbrush, using the trees for cover. When I got closer, I saw a small campsite, seemingly abandoned but fresh. There were remnants of a fire, scattered food wrappers, and a backpack that didn't belong to me. Whoever had been watching me had camped here. The realization hit me hard. I was not just alone. I had been observed, studied, but the site gave me clues. I could see the direction they had come from and likely returned to. I noted everything carefully, committing it to memory. I didn't touch anything. I returned to the cabin, feeling the tension ease slightly. Now I had information, and knowledge was power. Over the next few days, I stayed alert, but I noticed no further attempts to approach the cabin. Whoever had been watching me had left, perhaps deterred by my precautions, or maybe they had other priorities. I continued my routines, keeping the fire going, checking supplies, maintaining barricades, and staying vigilant. I realized that fear could not dominate me. I needed patience, observation, and careful action. By the second week, I felt a cautious relief. The woods were no longer a maze of terror, but a place of careful observation and respect. I had learned the patterns of the animals, the sounds of the wind, and the signs of human presence. I could move with awareness rather than fear. The isolation that had initially thrilled me had tested my resilience, my awareness, and my ability to respond to danger. I had survived and I had grown stronger. When it was finally time to leave, I packed everything carefully, ensuring the cabin was in order and that I had left no trace of my presence. I walked the dirt road back to my car, carrying supplies and my gear. The forest felt different now, familiar yet still wild, beautiful but unpredictable. I drove back to civilization with a renewed sense of caution and awareness. I knew I had been lucky. I knew that the woods could be indifferent and dangerous, that human threats existed even in the most remote places. But I had endured. I had observed, prepared, and survived. As I drove away, the cabin receding into the distance behind me, I felt a mix of relief and pride. I had faced fear, solitude, and the unknown, and I had come out intact. The experience left me changed. Not just more cautious, but more alert, more respectful of nature, and more aware of the fragility of safety. The forest had tested me and I had passed. The cabin, once a symbol of isolation, had become a place of endurance, learning, and survival. I knew that if I ever returned to the woods, I would be prepared, vigilant, and aware, and I would remember that even in the quietest, most beautiful places, danger could exist, but so could resilience, strength, and clarity. I never planned to spend a night in a cabin so far away from civilization, but I had convinced myself it would be a good break from my life in the city. I was tired of noise, traffic, and constant stress. I wanted silence. I wanted isolation. I imagined myself surrounded by towering pines, the smell of wet earth after rain, and the slow burn of a wood fire in a small cabin far from anyone. The map had shown a narrow dirt road winding deep into the forest, and I had driven my old car down that road, thinking of the peace I would find. But by the time I arrived, I realized I had underestimated just how remote the place was. The cabin was older than I expected, its wooden walls weathered to a gray-brown and its roof sagging slightly in the middle. A thin trail of smoke rose from the chimney, though I had no way of knowing if anyone lived there, or if it had been a leftover from previous visitors. The path to the door was uneven, the boards loose under my boots as I stepped up. I carried my bag inside, full of basic camping supplies. Food, water, a flashlight, blankets, a small first aid kit, and a pocket knife I had bought for emergencies. The cabin interior was small, with a low ceiling and a single room that combined a tiny kitchen with a sleeping area. The floor creaked under my weight, and the smell of damp wood and mold filled the space. There were signs that someone had lived here before me, though it had likely been abandoned for years. A few dishes were stacked in the corner, dust-covered and stained. The fireplace looked usable but had been long neglected, with ashes scattered across the hearth. I set my bag down and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was quiet, painfully quiet, and I realized the absence of sound was both soothing and unnerving. I spent the afternoon exploring the small area around the cabin. The forest stretched in every direction, dense with tall pines and thick underbrush. The dirt road I had driven on disappeared quickly, swallowed by moss and fallen branches. Birds chirped occasionally, and the rustling of small animals through the leaves created a constant, low background noise. Everything seemed normal, almost idyllic, but I felt a growing sense of unease I couldn't quite name. There was something about being completely alone that made every shadow feel heavier. As evening approached, I gathered some firewood from a pile near the side of the cabin. The air grew colder, and I knew night would be early in this dense forest. The sun disappeared behind the trees, and the light dimmed until it was gray and lifeless. I lit the fireplace with some effort, the smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. The fire warmed the room, casting flickering shadows across the walls. I ate a simple meal from my bag, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and anxiety. Being alone in a place like this made even the simplest acts, like eating or stacking firewood, feel important, almost necessary for survival. Night fell fully, and with it came an almost physical darkness that pressed against the cabin walls. Every small sound amplified, the wind scratching branches against the roof, the occasional snap of twigs outside, the distant call of an animal. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I checked the locks on the door and windows, even though it was silly. There was no one for miles, yet my heart pounded as I moved through the room, the flashlight beam shaking in my hands. Around midnight, I heard the first unusual sound. It came from outside, near the edge of the clearing, faint but distinct. A crunching of dry leaves, deliberate and slow, unlike the usual rustle of small animals. I froze, listening, trying to tell if it was my imagination. Then it came again, closer this time. My mind raced. Maybe it was a deer, maybe a raccoon, maybe another camper who had stumbled on my location. I told myself it was nothing, that fear was making ordinary noises seem threatening. But the sound continued, circling the cabin like a predator testing its prey. I grabbed my pocket knife and edged toward the door, pressing my back against the wall as I peered outside. The darkness was thick, the forest almost solid, with only faint moonlight filtering through the pines. I could see nothing moving. Then, a shadow flitted across the edge of the clearing, too big and too deliberate to be an animal. My pulse jumped. Whoever or whatever it was, they were close, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Panic set in, but I forced myself to think. I had a few options. I could try to leave, but the dirt road was invisible in the dark and I had no flashlight for outside. I could stay put and wait, but if someone had ill intentions, staying in one place might make me a target. My mind ran through worst-case scenarios as I quietly moved to the far corner of the cabin, keeping the fire between me and the outside. I listened. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves, felt magnified, and the fear became a tangible weight pressing down on me. Hours passed in tense silence, punctuated by the occasional sound outside. I tried to sleep, but every noise made me jump. I realized I hadn't fully appreciated the psychological toll of isolation. The mind creates its own monsters when it has nothing real to focus on. I imagined someone hiding just beyond the tree line, watching, waiting, and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. My stomach was tight with fear and hunger, my muscles taut from constant vigilance. By early morning, exhaustion overtook my terror. I had no idea if the shadowy figure had stayed outside or moved on, and I wasn't about to investigate. The first light revealed that the forest was empty, save for the usual birds and the occasional squirrel. The sun glinted off the dew-soaked ground, and the clearing looked peaceful, almost serene. I exhaled in relief, though I knew the cabin had changed me. I had spent a night in total isolation, confronting both my fear and the unknown presence that might have been real or imagined. The following day, I ventured cautiously along the dirt road, keeping close to the cabin but trying to map an exit. I found tire tracks, old and weathered, leading back toward the main road, but no sign of anyone nearby. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe the shadow was another camper, a hunter, or someone less benign. I didn't see anyone, and the tracks seemed old, but the fear lingered. Every sound in the forest reminded me of last night. As the hours passed, I returned to the cabin only to realize that the place, though frightening, had given me a strange clarity. I felt an intense awareness of my surroundings, a sharpened sense of caution and observation that I had never experienced in city life. I began to clean and organize the cabin, stacking wood neatly, clearing debris near the entrance, and checking the locks and windows. I wanted to ensure that if I ever stayed here again, I would be ready. The fear was still there, but it was no longer paralyzing. It had become a tool, a reminder to respect the isolation and the reality of being alone in the wilderness. On the third day, I finally drove back toward the main road. The forest had shifted in my perception. The same tall pines and thick underbrush that had seemed threatening now appeared majestic, awe-inspiring, and raw in their power. I understood that fear had distorted my view, and the cabin, the night, and the shadow had taught me a lesson about survival, vigilance, and the human mind's capacity to create terror. When I reached the edge of the forest, the road winding back toward civilization, I felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. I had survived, unscathed, and more aware than I had ever been. The memory of the shadow lingered, but it no longer haunted me. It was simply a part of the experience, a reminder of how fragile our sense of safety can be when removed from the familiarity of daily life. In the end, the cabin stayed with me not as a place of horror, but as a crucible that tested my ability to remain calm under pressure, to think clearly in the face of fear, and to survive with nothing but my wits and basic tools. I knew I could return, better prepared, wiser, and more respectful of the isolation that had nearly broken me. I also knew that real danger existed in ways far more subtle than ghosts or fairy tales. In the shadows of the forest, in the unknown movements just beyond the firelight, in the sheer vulnerability of being truly alone. And that knowledge stayed with me long after I had returned to the city, a silent reminder of the night the forest taught me how to fear, survive, and finally endure. I had always been drawn to solitude in the woods, not the romanticized kind that people posted on Instagram, with perfectly stacked firewood and steaming mugs of coffee. No, I was drawn to the isolation that made you feel small, exposed, and very, very alive. That's why I had agreed to spend a week in a cabin I found listed online, far away from anything that resembled a town. The cabin was in the northern part of the state, nestled between dense pine forests and a river that wasn't charted on the GPS, or at least not clearly. The listing promised privacy, nature, and a true escape. It did not promise comfort, safety, or anyone else. I thought that was fine. The drive up there was longer than I expected. The road dwindled from paved asphalt to gravel, then to dirt, then to a barely there trail, half covered in fallen leaves. My car rattled over rocks and potholes, and I felt the tension in my body increase with every mile. By the time I arrived, it was late afternoon, and the sky was a dull gray, threatening rain. The cabin appeared like something out of a survival magazine. Weathered wood, moss on the roof, and a thin chimney puffing smoke. It had electricity, supposedly, and a wood stove. That was enough. The first thing I noticed as I stepped out of the car was the silence. No birds, no wind rustling through the trees, just an oppressive stillness that pressed against my ears. I shrugged it off as being used to city noise. My backpack was heavy with supplies, enough food for a week, a first aid kit, water filtration system, flashlights, and batteries. I had packed light, but prepared for anything. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, faint mold, and dust. The floorboards creaked under my weight. I set my pack down and walked around, inspecting the small kitchen, the sleeping loft, and the bathroom. Everything seemed functional, though primitive. The windows were single pane and didn't seal well, but I didn't mind. I liked the idea of being so close to the outdoors. I started a fire in the wood stove to warm the place, the sparks crackling against the dry kindling. The warmth was comforting. Outside, I could hear the faint patter of rain beginning on the roof, which was soothing, almost hypnotic. I prepared a simple meal, heated water, and settled in, thinking about my first full day of solitude in the woods. That first night, I slept lightly as expected. Any rustle outside, any crack of a branch, made me sit up and stare into the darkness beyond the window. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to a sound that froze me in place. It was soft, deliberate, and came from the side of the cabin. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled over dirt. I stayed perfectly still, straining my ears. The sound stopped. Then, from the other side, a faint scratching began, short, quick, deliberate scratches against the wood. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer scratching against the cabin. But the cadence didn't feel natural. Animals don't move in patterns like that, and they certainly don't stop and start as if testing a rhythm. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it across the window. Nothing. The rain had intensified slightly, blurring the outline of the trees. I listened for what felt like hours, until exhaustion finally forced me back to a restless sleep. The next day, I tried to push my fear aside. I focused on exploring the surrounding area, taking mental notes of landmarks in case I needed to leave quickly. The forest was thick, with undergrowth so dense I had to push through branches and brambles. Every step I took seemed to echo unnaturally, though I was alone. I found a small stream nearby, crystal clear, running over rocks worn smooth by time. I filtered water and drank slowly, enjoying the taste of cold, fresh liquid after hours of hiking through wet leaves and mud. As I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud leading to the side of the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, size 10 or 11, and they ended abruptly at the edge of the forest. My heart jumped, but I rationalized it. Perhaps a previous guest or the property owner had checked the cabin recently. I tried to shake it off, but unease clung to me. Night came again, heavier than before. I double-checked the locks and windows. I sat near the stove, trying to read a book, but every creak of the floor or wind against the walls sent chills down my spine. Around midnight, I heard the dragging sound again, closer this time, circling the cabin. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I pointed it out the window, but again, I saw nothing. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I stayed by the door with a hatchet in one hand and my flashlight in the other. I counted each second with obsessive care, listening for patterns in the noise. Hours passed. Finally, just before dawn, everything stopped. The forest returned to its deceptive calm. I watched the first light seep through the trees, and I felt the tension drain from my muscles. But I knew the danger wasn't gone. It had only hidden itself. The next morning, I decided I had to investigate further. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, knife, flashlight, and a small first aid kit. I traced the perimeter of the cabin, trying to find signs of entry. That's when I saw it. Faint scratch marks on the wood of the cabin, not deep enough to break through but deliberate, like someone had tried to test the integrity of the walls. My stomach sank. Whoever had been here knew the cabin well enough to stay hidden. Over the next 2 days, the pattern continued. Sounds at night, glimpses of movement just beyond the tree line, objects slightly moved inside the cabin that I was sure I had placed elsewhere. I realized that the person or persons were watching me. It wasn't paranoia, it was calculation. The forest had no other houses for miles, and I had no cell service. I was alone and they knew it. I started taking precautions. I barricaded the doors with furniture, placed kitchen knives along the windowsills, and kept a sharp eye on the surrounding trees during the day. I didn't leave the cabin unless necessary, and when I did, I moved quickly, keeping my head on a swivel. The stress weighed on me, physical and mental, as I realized I was living in someone else's game. They were patient, knowing I had nowhere to hide outside the cabin. On the 4th night, I saw him, not clearly, just the outline of a man crouched near the tree line, watching me. I froze, heart hammering. He didn't move for what felt like an eternity. I clutched the hatchet, weighing my options. Finally, he stood and melted into the shadows of the forest. I stayed awake all night, scanning, listening, preparing. By the 5th day, I had made a decision. I could not wait for someone to find me or for him to grow bolder. I had to leave, but I needed a plan. The cabin's isolation was a trap now. I packed everything efficiently, leaving no trace of my preparations behind, knowing he might watch me. I waited until late afternoon, when the forest light made shadows long and confusing. Then I slipped out of the cabin and moved toward the river I had noted on my first day. I traveled silently, careful not to leave obvious tracks. The forest seemed alive in a new way. Every crack, every rustle could betray me. Hours passed, and my body ached from holding tension. Then, in the distance, I saw a faint glimmer of the road I had driven in on. Relief surged, but I didn't slow down. My pace increased, and finally, after what felt like a lifetime, I reached my car. The doors were unlocked, just as I had left them. I threw my pack in the back, jumped in, and locked the doors. Heart pounding, I started the engine. For a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move in the tree line behind the car, but I didn't stop to look. I drove down the dirt trail over rocks and ruts, the car bouncing violently. Every mile felt like it took forever, but finally, the road widened, the pavement returned, and the first signs of civilization appeared. When I finally pulled into a gas station in a small town, I stopped, shaking only slightly. I called the police, reported the cabin, and gave them the coordinates. They assured me they would investigate, but I knew that whoever had been there would likely be long gone. I refused to go back. I learned later that the property had been used by squatters before, a fact hidden in the listing. They knew the forest, the cabin, and how to stay invisible. I never returned to the woods. The experience stayed with me for years, the constant tension, the fear, and the realization of how vulnerable a person could be in isolation. I realized that survival wasn't about bravery or skill alone. It was about awareness, preparation, and the ability to act decisively when every instinct screams danger. I still think about that week sometimes, about the silence that screamed, about the shadow that watched me, and about how close I came to being trapped with no one around for miles. But I survived, and the lessons I learned were invaluable. I rebuilt my sense of safety slowly, carefully, and I never, ever went back to that cabin. I had been driving all day, winding through narrow, poorly maintained roads that cut through thick pine forests. My destination was a small, isolated cabin I had rented for the weekend. It wasn't unusual for me to go off the grid. Long days of city life had left me craving silence, but something about this trip felt different from the start. Even as I turned off the main highway onto the gravel road leading to the cabin, there was a weight in the air, a subtle tension I couldn't explain. The cabin itself was modest, made of weathered wood that had grayed from years of sun and wind. It was surrounded by trees on all sides, the nearest neighbor more than a mile away. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine hit me as I stepped out of my car, and I could hear the distant gurgle of a stream that I hadn't noticed on the map. I carried my backpack inside, setting it by the door, and immediately I noticed the silence. It was different from the quiet of the city. This silence felt thick, almost tangible, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I unpacked slowly, hanging clothes, arranging my small stash of groceries, and lighting a few candles to cut through the dim light that filtered through the grimy windows. The cabin had no electricity, and I liked it that way, at least on most trips. It forced me to slow down, to notice things I usually ignored. The rough texture of the wooden walls, the way the shadows shifted as the sun sank lower, the faint creaks in the floorboards that were probably just the house settling, or so I told myself. By late afternoon, the sun was low, casting long, strange shadows across the cabin floor. I made a small fire in the stone fireplace, the crackle and pop of the burning wood comforting in its own primitive way. Outside, the wind picked up, and I could hear it rattling the thin window panes. I closed the windows tightly, but the sound of the wind moving through the branches was relentless. It made the trees sound alive, whispering to one another, and for a moment I felt the kind of unease that doesn't come from anything you can see, only from what you can sense. I ate a simple dinner, a can of beans heated over the fire, a slice of bread. I washed it down with water from the bottle I had brought, and then I settled into a chair near the fireplace, thinking about the quiet and how rare it had become in my life. As darkness fully took over, the forest outside seemed to change. Shadows stretched across the windows, and every movement of the branches became something larger in my mind. My heart picked up, not with fear exactly, but with that strange awareness that comes when you are utterly alone in the woods. I decided to check the cabin thoroughly, just to reassure myself. I walked from room to room, inspecting doors and windows. Everything was locked or secure. I returned to the living area, telling myself I was being silly. It was just a cabin, nothing more. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate sound, like footsteps in the dirt just outside the cabin. I froze, listening. The wind had died down, and now there was a faint but distinct scraping sound, slow and careful. My pulse quickened. I went to the window, peering through the darkness. Nothing. The trees swayed gently in the night, but there was no one there. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to catch anything. Silence. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, and I tried to settle back by the fire. But the sound came again, closer this time, and unmistakably deliberate. It was not random. Someone or something was moving near the cabin. My mind raced. The cabin had no cell service, no easy way to call for help. The nearest road was miles away. My stomach tightened, and for the first time since I arrived, I felt truly vulnerable. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly opened the door, peering into the night. The beams swept over the yard, the trees, the dark edges of the forest, but I saw nothing. I stepped out cautiously, trying to be quiet. The dirt path leading to the cabin was uneven, covered with fallen branches. Every step I took made a loud crunch. I felt exposed, every nerve alert. Then I saw it. Footprints in the dirt. Heavy, deliberate human footprints. They circled the cabin, starting from the left side and moving toward the back, where the shadows were deepest. My pulse pounded so loudly I could feel it in my ears. There was no doubt someone had been walking around my cabin, following the walls, watching. I ran back inside, locking the door and sliding a heavy chair against it. I grabbed a kitchen knife for comfort, knowing it was practically useless against a real threat, but still needing something tangible to hold on to. I sat in the corner, flashlight in hand, listening. The scraping sound returned, faint and slow, moving around the cabin again. I didn't dare move or make a sound. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed distorted in that tense quiet. I dozed in short, uneasy bursts, waking each time I thought I heard the slightest movement. The fire had burned low, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist in ways that made the walls look alive. Every creak, every whisper of wind, made me flinch. By the time the first hint of dawn appeared, painting the edges of the trees gray, the sounds had stopped. I stepped cautiously outside, knife in hand. The footprints were gone. The dirt was smooth again, undisturbed. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it all. Maybe it had been the wind, maybe an animal, but the clear, human shape of the prints haunted me. I left the cabin that morning, driving as fast as I could back to the main road, not stopping until I reached a gas station in a small town, shaking from the adrenaline. I thought that would be the end of it, that leaving the cabin had closed the chapter. But the experience left me hyper-aware, constantly checking my surroundings, noticing every shadow, every rustle of the wind. I realized how vulnerable I was in that isolated place, how easy it would have been for someone to harm me without me even knowing until it was too late. Months later, I did some research on the area. The cabin was listed under a small, obscure rental service. No reviews mentioned any incidents, just vague notes about how isolated it was. Then I found a local news report from a few years back. A man had been caught breaking into cabins in the surrounding forest. He was careful, patient, and terrifyingly skilled at remaining unseen. He had no pattern, choosing cabins at random, leaving only subtle signs that he had been there. I recognized the description immediately. That had been him. That night, I had been completely exposed, a stranger in his hunting ground. The realization settled over me with a chill I would never forget. I understood now that the forest, the isolation, the silence, all of it had made me a target. But I had survived, not through luck, exactly, but because I had been alert, cautious, and unwilling to leave myself completely vulnerable. I didn't go back to that cabin, and I never will, but the experience changed me. I learned how to prepare for isolation more seriously, locking doors securely, keeping a reliable flashlight and other tools within reach, knowing my surroundings better than I used to. I also learned to respect the real dangers that exist in the world, ones that aren't imagined or exaggerated in stories, but are quiet, deliberate, and terrifying in their realism. The forest outside the city is beautiful, but it is not safe. That night at the cabin taught me that lesson more clearly than any warning ever could. Even now, when I think back, I remember the weight of the silence, the way the shadows stretched against the cabin walls, and the faint, purposeful sound of someone circling the house. And I know that experience will stay with me for the rest of my life, a reminder that danger is not always loud or obvious. It is often patient, hidden, and ready to strike when you least expect it. I survived, but only just, and I carry that memory as a guide for every future moment I spend alone in the woods. I had been planning this trip for months, careful to choose a cabin far from the crowds. tucked deep in the woods where the map showed nothing but thick trees and winding, narrow trails. I wanted silence, I wanted isolation, and I thought I could handle it. The drive had been long, along roads that twisted through valleys and over ridges, and by the time I reached the small dirt track that led to the cabin, the sun was already low, casting long golden streaks through the pine trees. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and pine resin, a mix that felt comforting and alive. I parked at the edge of the clearing, where the cabin sat like a forgotten relic, wooden and darkened with age, with small windows that reflected the fading light. The cabin was modest but solid. A single floor, rough timber walls, a pitched roof that had weathered many winters. There was a stone chimney, and the stack of firewood outside looked enough to last a week if I rationed it. I unlocked the door, stepping inside, and the smell of old wood mixed with the faint trace of mold hit me. The floor creaked beneath my boots, and for a moment, I paused, listening to the soft echo of my own movements. The air inside was cooler than outside, and it smelled faintly of dust and damp fabric. I dropped my bag near the corner of the room, the one with the small stove, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. Against the far wall, there was a narrow bed with a thin mattress and a blanket folded at the end. The simplicity of it made me feel both uneasy and oddly relieved. There was nothing to distract me, nothing to hide anything. I spent the next hour unpacking and arranging. I wanted everything to feel orderly, to make the place mine even temporarily. I stacked firewood neatly next to the stove, cleared the dust from the table, and checked the windows to make sure they latched securely. There was a small kitchen area, a sink, and an old refrigerator that hummed faintly. I made a simple meal of canned beans heated on the stove, and as I ate, I looked out the windows. The forest pressed close, thick and dark, shadows folding in on themselves as the light dimmed. Birds chirped faintly, though I noticed their calls were fewer than earlier in the day. Night came quickly, and with it a silence that pressed in on me. I lit the stove to take the chill off the room and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the walls and the window. I tried to convince myself I was comfortable, but a small part of me was tense, alert. The wind rustled the trees outside, a constant whisper, and occasionally a branch would tap the roof. It was normal, I told myself. I had spent nights in the wilderness before, but there was a difference here. The isolation was deeper, the woods older, heavier, and there were no signs of other people nearby. No smoke from other cabins, no distant headlights, no sound of vehicles. Just me, the cabin, and the forest. Around midnight, I went to bed, the mattress hard but serviceable. The room felt colder than before, even with the stove burning. I slept lightly, waking often to the sounds outside. There were occasional thumps against the walls, not loud, just enough to make me tense. I convinced myself they were branches falling, animals moving. I had read warnings about raccoons, deer, or even bears in the area, but mostly, it was just silence, thick and heavy, pressing against the thin walls of the cabin. The next morning, I woke to mist curling along the forest floor outside the window. Everything was gray and soft, the trees fading into the fog. I made coffee, the aroma filling the small space, and I planned my day. There was a small path behind the cabin, barely noticeable, leading further into the woods. I decided to explore it, thinking the exercise would keep my mind off the strange unease that had been settling in overnight. I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, and a pocket knife just in case. The path was narrow and overgrown in places, and I noticed how quickly the forest seemed to close around me. Sunlight barely reached the ground, the canopy thick, blocking most of the sky. I walked for a long time, following the trail as it twisted between trees, over roots, and around rocks. I heard birds and small animals rustling, but no larger noises. No human sound at all. After a couple of hours, I realized I had walked farther than I intended. The path was becoming less defined, and the forest denser. I made a mental note to turn back, but something made me keep going. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe the stubbornness of having come all this way alone. The air felt heavier now, damp and earthy, and I noticed the faint smell of something metallic, like blood, but I tried to shake it off. Could be a deer, a dead animal, anything. By late afternoon, the light was starting to fade. I realized I had no clear markers for turning back. The trail was almost gone now, swallowed by underbrush and fallen branches. I turned to retrace my steps, but every direction looked the same. The trees, the fog, the dim light, they made the forest a uniform gray wall. Panic started to prick at me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I checked my map and my phone. No signal, not even a bar. I tried to remember landmarks from earlier, but the forest seemed to have erased them. I walked slowly, carefully, marking each tree I passed by carving small notches in the bark with my knife. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. I stumbled several times over roots and rocks, scraping my hands and knees. My flashlight barely cut through the gloom. I started to realize that I might have to spend the night in the forest if I couldn't find the cabin. My stomach knotted, my mind racing with the possibilities. I could get lost for days, I could injure myself, I could encounter a wild animal. Eventually, I found a small clearing. It was damp with moss and fallen leaves. I decided to stop and take stock. I drank some water and forced myself to calm down. I remembered that my backpack had an emergency whistle and a small first aid kit. I also had a thermal blanket and some extra food. The thought of being trapped overnight in the forest was terrifying, but I tried to reason it out. I had survival skills, I had tools, I had water. I could make it. Night fell completely, the darkness swallowing everything. My flashlight illuminated only a few feet ahead, and every sound seemed magnified. The snapping of twigs under my feet, the rustling of leaves, the distant cry of a bird. I kept calling out, my voice echoing back at me, but there was no answer. No human presence, no familiar sound, just the forest. I made a small fire in the clearing, careful to keep it contained. The warmth was a relief, but it also drew attention, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I stayed close to the fire, every sense alert, every shadow a potential threat. I didn't sleep, not really. I dozed fitfully, waking every few minutes to the slightest sound. By morning, I was exhausted, my clothes damp from dew and sweat, my skin scraped and sore from the journey. I considered my options. I could try to retrace my steps, but the forest was so uniform, it was almost impossible. Then I remembered a trick I had learned. Streams often lead to civilization. I looked around and spotted a faint sound of running water. I decided to follow it, hoping it would lead to the road or at least a more open area. The stream led me downhill, the slope steep and slippery. My legs burned, my hands raw from holding onto roots and rocks. But after a long trek, I emerged onto a gravel road, narrow and overgrown but unmistakably man-made. Relief washed over me in a wave I couldn't contain. I followed the road for another hour, until I finally saw the familiar dirt track that led back to the cabin. The cabin came into view just as the sun broke fully over the trees. I was filthy, exhausted, and my nerves were raw, but I felt an overwhelming sense of safety returning to its familiar walls. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, shaking off the cold and damp. I set my bag down and started a fire in the stove, letting the warmth fill me, letting myself breathe again. I cleaned my scratches and scrapes, changed into dry clothes, and ate the remaining food. That night, I slept deeply, the stove crackling, the forest outside quiet and unthreatening. I realized I had underestimated the isolation, the power of the woods, the ease with which a person could become disoriented and vulnerable. The experience left me shaken but also more cautious, more respectful of the forest. The next day, I spent packing carefully, checking everything, and leaving a note in the cabin's small logbook for future visitors. I had survived the night, navigated the forest, and returned safely. The relief was immense. The woods still held their mystery and danger, but I had faced it and come out intact. The cabin, quiet and sturdy, had been my anchor in the chaos, and as I drove back toward civilization, I carried with me a deep sense of respect for the wilderness and a renewed understanding of my own limits. I never took another path without careful preparation, never ventured into unfamiliar woods alone, and I never forgot the oppressive weight of that forest night. The silence, the shadows, the constant creeping awareness that I was utterly alone. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that nature is indifferent, and that survival requires not just skill, but attention, caution, and respect. It had been a long drive into the mountains. The road narrowed as I climbed, winding between dense trees that blocked out almost all sunlight. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. Just me, the wilderness, and the quiet I couldn't find in the city. I didn't want a fancy resort or electricity buzzing in the background. I wanted isolation, silence, and the feeling of being completely alone. I had chosen a small, old cabin that sat on the edge of a clearing in the forest. From the photos online, it looked perfect. Weathered wood, a stone chimney, and a small porch that faced the trees. The listing said it was remote, and that was exactly what I wanted. The moment I turned off the main road, I felt a shift. The forest closed in, shadows falling across the cracked asphalt. The car bounced over uneven ground, and I had to drive slowly, careful not to scrape the tires on the stones that jutted up. After what felt like forever, the trees thinned just enough for me to see the cabin in a clearing. It was smaller than I imagined, but sturdy looking. The porch was sagging slightly, and the door looked like it hadn't been painted in decades. A small stack of firewood sat to one side. I parked, turned off the car, and stepped out. The air was sharp and cold, carrying the smell of pine and damp soil. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones if you're not careful. I unloaded my bag and stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked under my weight. I ran my fingers along the door frame. It was rough and splintered, and tried the handle. It was stiff, but it turned, and I pushed the door open. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and mildew. Dust lay thick on the furniture, and cobwebs hung in the corners. It was sparsely furnished. A small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, a sofa, and a bed pushed into one corner. The windows were grimy, but I could see the forest outside. The silence was almost suffocating. There was no hum of electricity, no distant cars, no sound of human life, just the wind through the trees. I set my bag down and began exploring. The kitchen was basic. A small stove, a sink with a hand pump for water, and a few cabinets. The wood on the floor creaked with every step. The bed was covered in a thick, old quilt. I checked the fireplace in the living room and found a small pile of wood inside. The cabin seemed abandoned, but not completely. It had been used recently enough that it was livable, though it needed cleaning. I spent the afternoon getting settled. I stacked firewood, wiped down the surfaces, and opened the windows to let the air circulate. The sun was low by the time I finished. Shadows from the trees stretched across the clearing, and the temperature dropped quickly. I built a fire in the fireplace, the smell of burning wood filling the cabin. I ate a simple dinner I had packed, canned soup heated on the stove, and then sat on the sofa, staring at the flames. The first night passed slowly. Every little sound made me tense. The wind rustling through the trees, branches tapping against the cabin walls, the distant call of a bird or an animal. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. I reminded myself I was alone in the wilderness, and that was normal. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept waking every hour, imagining shapes moving outside, shadows flickering across the windows. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and my phone, though I didn't expect service. The trail behind the cabin led into dense woods. The sunlight filtered through the branches in streaks, and the air smelled damp and earthy. Birds and insects filled the soundscape, but there was also an occasional silence, heavy and thick, that made me uneasy. I kept thinking I heard something moving in the brush, but every time I turned, there was nothing. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin. The sun was dipping behind the mountains, and the shadows were long and dark. I built another fire, this one larger, and started preparing dinner. The flickering flames cast moving shadows across the walls, and I found myself glancing toward the windows more often than I should. Every small sound seemed magnified. A branch cracking in the distance, the scurrying of some small animal outside, That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound at the door. At first, I thought it was a branch blown by the wind. Then it came again, soft, deliberate tapping. I froze, straining to hear. My heart raced. The tapping continued, slow and uneven, as if someone, or something, was testing the door. I remembered I had locked it when I came in. I debated whether to look outside, but the rational part of me said it was probably a deer or a falling branch. Still, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following day, I tried to convince myself the previous night had been a fluke. I explored deeper into the forest, following a narrow trail that twisted through the trees. I found an old, dried-up creek bed, rocks smooth from water that hadn't flowed in years. I saw animal tracks, deer, maybe a bear, but nothing dangerous. The isolation was beginning to weigh on me. The quiet that had seemed peaceful on the first day was now oppressive. When I returned to the cabin, I found something strange. A small branch, broken and leaning against the porch railing. I was sure I hadn't seen it before. My stomach tightened. The wind was calm. No animals were in sight. I walked around the cabin, checking for other signs, but there was nothing. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I had overlooked it earlier. Maybe it was just a coincidence. That night, I slept with a knife next to the bed. Every noise was terrifying. Around midnight, I heard it again, tapping at the door. But this time, it was accompanied by another sound. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, walking from one side of the porch to the other. My blood ran cold. I stayed perfectly still, trying to convince myself it was the wind. But the sound was too precise, too intentional. I spent the rest of the night crouched near the bed, clutching the knife, listening to the person or animal outside. When morning finally came, I forced myself to leave the bed and look around. Nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt. No broken branches. The branch from yesterday was gone. I felt my sanity beginning to fray. Over the next 2 days, I noticed more signs. Small things at first. An empty soda can I hadn't brought. A footprint in the dirt near the cabin. A pile of rocks moved from one spot to another. Nothing violent. Nothing direct. But I knew someone had been there. The forest was so dense, and the cabin so remote, that whoever it was could have stayed hidden easily. Every step I took felt like someone was watching. By the third night, I couldn't stay inside. I lit a large fire, stacked high, and sat on the porch, knife on my lap, listening. The air was still, the forest quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Then I saw movement, a figure, crouched low, stepping carefully through the trees. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest. The figure paused, turned slightly, and seemed to look directly at me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then it slipped back into the shadows. I spent the next day planning my exit. I packed as quickly as I could without making noise. I didn't trust myself to go inside. I left the fire burning, hoping to make it seem like someone was inside. I grabbed my bag, double-checked my car, and left quietly, moving through the woods faster than I had ever moved before. I didn't look back until I reached the main road. When I finally drove away, I felt a mix of relief and guilt. Relief that I was safe, but guilt that I had abandoned the cabin to whoever or whatever was lurking there. I didn't tell anyone where I had gone. The isolation that had drawn me there was exactly what had made it dangerous. Weeks later, I returned to the area. I drove past the turnoff to the cabin, slowing to glance at the clearing. The cabin was empty, just as I had left it, but I saw the faint outline of a figure moving among the trees. I didn't stop. I didn't want to know who or what had been watching me. The memory of those nights stayed with me. The fear, the silence, the feeling of being hunted. The lesson I carried with me was simple. Isolation has its price. Nature is unforgiving, but humans can be worse. In the quiet, remote places, you are never truly alone. Not with the forest, and not with others who may be lurking in the shadows. I had been planning the trip for weeks. The idea had started as a simple weekend escape from the city, somewhere I could disconnect from everything. The constant noise, the endless emails, the people who never seemed to stop demanding something from me. I didn't want a cabin that was overly comfortable or luxurious. I wanted one that felt isolated, something real, raw, where I could feel the weight of solitude pressing against me. I found it online. A small wooden cabin tucked deep in the mountains, far from roads that saw frequent traffic. The description was simple, almost too simple. Secluded, rustic, off the grid, perfect for anyone looking to get away. I clicked the booking button before I even considered the implications of being truly alone in the wilderness for 3 days. The drive up to the cabin was longer than I had expected. Google Maps guided me to a narrow road that became dirt, then gravel, then little more than a series of ruts carved into the side of a mountain. The trees grew thick and close, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the late afternoon sun into thin, uneven streaks. Every turn of the wheel made the car tilt, and more than once I had to reverse carefully, my tires skidding slightly on loose stones. The air smelled sharp, a mix of pine, earth, and something colder, higher up, almost like frost that hadn't yet touched the ground. When I finally saw the cabin, I had to pull the car over and just stare for a long minute. It sat on a small clearing with trees surrounding it on all sides, and beyond the clearing, I could see a faint ridge where the mountain continued to rise. The structure itself was simple. Dark wood, weathered, but sturdy. A small chimney jutted from the roof, though I could see no smoke. There were no other buildings, no sign of life. Even the birds seemed cautious, perching on the outer edges of the trees as if unsure about my presence. I stepped out, the silence pressing in around me. It wasn't quiet in the soft way of a library or a slow street at night. This was a heavy, deep quiet, the kind that made your ears feel like they were straining to hear something that wasn't there. I unloaded my bag and took the first walk around the cabin, noting details I had overlooked in the pictures. The wood had small cracks in places, the roof shingles were uneven, the porch sagged slightly at one corner. There were no lights, no signs of electricity, just a metal lantern hanging by the door. I set my bag down, ran my hands along the railing of the porch, and tried to imagine myself here for 3 nights. The first night was difficult. I had expected some unease, of course, but nothing prepared me for how completely I would feel exposed. The wind whispered through the trees in odd ways, sometimes sounding like movement just beyond the clearing. Every small sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, even the sudden flapping of a bird, made my heart jump. I slept lightly, waking multiple times to check the locks on the door, to peer out the windows into the black that seemed to stretch endlessly. On the second day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. A faint trail wound through the trees, disappearing into the undergrowth. I followed it, trying to keep my bearings, marking trees with small scratches in the bark so I could find my way back. The forest was dense, and the further I went, the more isolated I felt. Every sound seemed amplified. The hiss of wind through branches, the distant gurgle of a stream, the quiet fall of a rock or branch. At one point, I thought I heard voices, low and distant, but when I stopped and listened, there was nothing. I shook my head, telling myself it was the wind, my imagination, and pressed on. By late afternoon, I had gone farther than I had intended. The trail became harder to follow, swallowed by brush and fallen leaves. I realized that if I continued, I could easily get lost. I turned back, retracing my scratches on the trees, but something felt off. The forest didn't look like it had before. Shadows were longer, the air colder, and there was a faint smell, sharp and metallic, that hadn't been there earlier. When I finally made it back to the cabin, the sun was low, casting the clearing in long orange light. I locked the door behind me and sat on the porch, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. That night, I heard something I hadn't heard before. Deliberate movement outside. Not the random sounds of wildlife, but something heavier, more controlled. Footsteps? Couldn't be sure. I stayed awake, sitting near the window, straining to see through the black. The lantern on the porch flickered with the wind, and for a long time I considered going outside to investigate. I didn't. I had no weapon, nothing to protect myself with besides the door. Eventually, the sound stopped, but the unease stayed. The third day brought rain. It started early, a steady drizzle that soon became a downpour. The wind picked up, rattling the windows and causing small leaks along the roof. I spent most of the day inside, trying to read, organize my gear, and keep my mind occupied. But even with the sound of rain masking other noises, I could hear faint things in the distance. Sounds that didn't belong to nature. Scraping, like metal against wood, or soft thuds that didn't match the rhythm of falling rain. By evening, the storm had grown worse. The cabin shook in the wind, the rain falling hard enough to flood the porch. I checked the perimeter, noting a small window that had begun to leak. As I patched it with what I could find, I realized the storm had changed the landscape. Part of the path I had walked yesterday was now partially washed away, with mud and fallen branches blocking what had been a clear trail. I considered leaving in the morning, but I was unsure if I could navigate back safely. That night, the movement outside returned. It was more persistent now. I could hear steps circling the cabin, sometimes pausing, sometimes shifting closer. Every time I moved near a window, it stopped, only to start again when I retreated. The realization hit me slowly. I wasn't alone. Someone or something was nearby. The idea that I could simply walk into the forest and be safe seemed impossible. I had no phone service, no way to call for help. The nearest neighbors were miles away. Panic rose in my chest, but I forced myself to focus. I spent the night awake, barricading doors as best I could, listening to the intermittent sounds of movement. At one point, I caught a glimpse of something outside, a shadow moving between trees, larger than any deer I knew. I didn't try to confront it. I kept low, stayed in the corner of the room away from windows, and waited. Hours passed. The storm eventually lessened, the rain slowing to a drizzle, and the movements outside stopped. Morning came, gray and wet. I was exhausted, my body tense and sore from lack of sleep. I needed a plan. The car was the only option, but the road was treacherous, especially after the storm. I packed quickly, checking the cabin one last time for anything I might need. When I opened the door to step outside, I froze. The ground was littered with footprints, large and irregular, circling the cabin multiple times. Some led into the forest, others stopped abruptly near the edge of the clearing. My stomach sank. Whoever or whatever had been there last night had left a clear path, as if marking the cabin, as if confirming its presence. I didn't wait. I ran to the car, slipping in the mud, hands shaking as I tried to start the engine. It caught, and I drove slowly at first, careful not to skid, following the road down the mountain. My eyes constantly scanned the trees, half expecting to see someone following, though the thought seemed absurd. The road was empty, the forest silent, and the higher I climbed down the mountain, the more relief replaced fear. When I finally reached the main road, civilization slowly returned. Signs of traffic, faint lights in the distance, the hum of power lines. I didn't stop until I reached a small gas station in a town I didn't recognize. I sat in the car for a long time, hands gripping the wheel, staring at the rain-streaked window, trying to process everything. My mind cycled through every detail. The sounds, the footprints, the feeling of being watched. Nothing made sense, and yet I knew it was real. I had no doubt that if I had stayed another night, the outcome could have been far worse. I returned to the cabin 2 weeks later with the local authorities, explaining the situation as best I could. They scoured the area, checking for signs of illegal activity or squatters, but the forest had swallowed nearly all traces. The footprints were gone, the paths washed away, the cabin quiet and empty. There was no one there, and yet the memory of that place, the oppressive weight of isolation, the certainty of being observed, stayed with me long after. I never went back. I told myself it was just one of those rare, unlucky encounters, but the fear I felt wasn't imaginary. It was real, tangible, and it reminded me that isolation in the wilderness carries risks that no guidebook or website could ever fully explain. Even now, years later, I still find myself double-checking locks, glancing nervously into shadows, remembering the sound of those steps circling the cabin, knowing that some parts of the world are better left alone. continue and fully expand it to the full ultra-long version? I had planned the trip for months. The idea had been simple. Escape the city, escape the noise, the traffic, the constant buzzing of screens and notifications, and find a place where time moved slower, where the air smelled of pine and soil instead of gasoline and concrete. I rented a cabin deep in the mountains, far from the main roads, accessible only by a narrow dirt path that twisted through dense forest. It was a small, wooden cabin, built from thick logs that looked weathered but solid. The kind of place that seemed sturdy enough to last decades, standing alone against storms and snow. It was exactly what I wanted. I wanted isolation. I wanted quiet. I wanted to be alone with myself. The drive up had been long. My car bounced over the uneven dirt path, tires crunching over stones and broken branches. The GPS lost signal halfway through, leaving me to rely on memory, maps I had printed weeks ago, and the faint markers painted on trees. I passed a small stream that glinted in the sunlight and a handful of abandoned cabins that looked as though no one had stepped inside them in years. The forest felt alive. Birds darted between branches, squirrels scrambled along trunks, and the occasional deer bolted across the path, startled by my vehicle. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was starting its slow descent, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin sat on a small clearing, surrounded by a ring of dense forest. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. The front porch was weathered but intact. The windows were small and clean, reflecting the golden glow of the late afternoon sun. I parked the car, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The air was cool and smelled faintly of wood and earth. The cabin had a small living area with a fireplace, a tiny kitchen with basic appliances, a bathroom, and one main bedroom. Everything was functional but simple. No decorations, no frills. Felt empty, but in a good way. Felt like a place meant to be filled with quiet, not distractions. I unpacked my things slowly. I had brought a few days of food, extra water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, and blankets. I made myself a sandwich, sat by the window, and watched as the sunlight faded into dusk. The forest outside seemed to darken faster than usual. The shadows of the trees stretched long across the clearing, and a cool breeze rustled the leaves, sending a soft whisper through the branches. I felt my shoulders relax. This was what I had wanted. Peace. Night came quickly. I lit a fire in the fireplace and sat on the worn wooden floor, leaning against the wall, feeling the heat of the flames on my back. The cabin was quiet, almost unnaturally quiet. There were no sounds of cars or distant voices, just the soft, constant noises of the forest. The occasional snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an owl. I felt safe, warm, and utterly alone. Then, as the fire crackled, I heard it, a faint noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, a branch scraping against the side of the cabin. But then I realized it wasn't random. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Footsteps. Someone was walking around the cabin. My heart began to race. I froze, listening. The footsteps stopped. My mind tried to reason with me. Maybe it was an animal, maybe someone else renting a nearby cabin. But I knew there were no other cabins nearby. I moved slowly to the window and peeked out through the glass. Darkness had fallen completely now, and the forest beyond the clearing was just a mass of black shapes. I could make out nothing. But then I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees, circling the cabin. It was too large to be a deer or another animal. My stomach dropped. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a heavy cast iron pan. If someone tried to break in, at least I would have something to defend myself. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Who could be out there? Why were they circling my cabin? I went back to the living room, crouched low, listening. I could hear the footsteps again, moving slowly, deliberately, around the perimeter. Then a branch snapped closer. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time became meaningless in the dark, with only the fire flickering weakly for light. I thought about leaving, but the forest outside was thick, dark, and confusing. If I stepped out, I would be at the mercy of whoever or whatever was out there. I needed a plan. Couldn't just sit and wait. I checked my phone. No signal. Not even a bar. I had no way to call for help. I remembered the emergency whistle I had packed in my bag. I kept it on my belt at all times. I thought about blowing it, making noise, trying to scare whoever was outside. But then I hesitated. If it was a human, they might react violently. If it was an animal, it could become aggressive. I stayed still, holding the pan, trying to calm my breathing. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Hours seemed to pass. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, the fire had died down to embers. My eyes strained to see anything outside the window. Then, just as the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I saw movement. The figure or figures were gone. Nothing but the shadows of the trees remained. My body shook with relief and exhaustion. I realized I hadn't slept at all. I was soaked in sweat, my hands cramped from holding the pan all night. Daylight brought clarity. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the clearing. There were footprints around the cabin. Not animal tracks, human footprints. They had circled the cabin, pacing, but now they were gone. The ground was soft from last night's rain, so the prints were clear. Whoever had been out there had been studying the cabin, waiting. My stomach turned. I felt violated, exposed. This was not the peaceful getaway I had imagined. I spent the day securing the cabin. I checked all the doors and windows, reinforced the locks, and made sure nothing could be easily broken. I gathered rocks and branches around the perimeter to make noise if someone approached. Every sound outside made me tense, every rustle of leaves, every bird cry. I ate little, drank slowly, and tried to keep my mind occupied by cleaning and organizing the cabin. That night, I stayed awake again, though I tried to rest. I slept in short bursts, keeping the pan by my side. The footsteps never returned, but the fear lingered. By the second morning, I realized I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, loading everything into my car, checking the perimeter once more. I didn't want to leave anything behind that might attract attention or give clues to whoever had been outside. The drive down the mountain felt different. Every noise, every movement along the roadside made me jump. The isolation that had once felt peaceful now felt threatening. I stuck to the main road as quickly as possible, ignoring the scenery I had once admired. When I reached the nearest town, I finally stopped, parked the car, and let out a long, shaky breath. I felt a mix of relief and anger. Relief to be out of that place, anger at myself for being so naive, for thinking a cabin in the woods would be safe. In the following days, I couldn't shake the memory of the footsteps circling the cabin. I replayed the night over and over, thinking of ways I could have reacted differently, wondering who had been out there and why. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but without proof, they could do nothing. It was one of those experiences that leaves a mark, not physically, but mentally. I realized how fragile safety can be, how quickly solitude can become vulnerability. Months later, I went back to the cabin. I had to know. I drove up the mountain slowly, cautious, scanning the forest as I went. The cabin was empty, windows intact, door locked. But I saw the signs. Footprints in the dirt, scuff marks near the door. Someone had been back. I didn't stay. I left immediately, feeling the same tension I had felt the first time. I never went back again. That experience changed the way I thought about isolation. Peace and quiet are not always safe. Sometimes the world intrudes in ways you cannot predict. I learned to respect my limits, to plan better, and to take precautions I had once thought unnecessary. The forest is beautiful, but it is not forgiving. People are unpredictable, and danger can be close without any warning. I still think about that night, and it haunts me. Not because of what I saw, but because of what could have happened if I had been slower, if I had been careless. I survived because I stayed alert, because I didn't panic, because I didn't underestimate the threat. But the lesson is clear. Solitude is a gift, but it comes with responsibility. Safety is never guaranteed, no matter how remote or peaceful a place may seem. Even now, years later, I find myself double-checking locks, scanning the shadows outside windows, listening to every sound in the night. The cabin taught me vigilance, awareness, and respect for the unpredictable. And I will never forget that feeling. Alone, in the dark, knowing someone had been watching me, circling my refuge, waiting. I escaped, yes, but the memory remains, vivid and sharp, a constant reminder that reality can be far scarier than any story or imagination. I had been planning this trip for months, poring over maps, reading weather reports, and checking every possible source about cabins tucked deep in the mountains. I wanted isolation, something far from cell towers, far from roads, far from the world. The idea was simple. A long weekend alone, hiking during the day, reading and resting in the cabin at night, no distractions, no one to bother me. It was supposed to be peaceful, almost meditative, a break from the noise of life, but I didn't realize how small decisions could grow into overwhelming consequences. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected from the photos online. I had rented it through a private listing, someone who seemed trustworthy, and the pictures made it look cozy. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small porch overlooking a creek. When I drove up the narrow, twisting road, I had to stop the car several times because the gravel track was steep and uneven, littered with loose stones. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows over the trees, and I felt a thrill of anticipation. The air was crisp, the smell of pine sharp and sweet. I parked, grabbed my gear, and unlocked the cabin door. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood polish and damp earth. Dust lay in the corners, but it felt untouched, as if no one had stayed there in months. I unpacked slowly, taking my time, placing my backpack on a chair, stacking firewood neatly near the fireplace. The kitchen was small but functional. A propane stove, a tiny sink, a refrigerator that hummed quietly. I checked all the windows, making sure they were locked and latched. The cabin had 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom, and the main living area, where the ceiling sloped upward in a sharp triangle, letting the beams show. The walls were lined with shelves holding mismatched dishes and a few books, mostly old novels and outdoor guides. It seemed like the kind of place people stayed for solitude, not luxury. I made a fire in the fireplace, the kind that crackled and smoked at first but then burned steady and bright. I took a moment to sit in the chair near the window, looking out over the forest, listening to the creek babble in the distance. The sun sank further, and the temperature dropped quickly. The first night was silent except for the sounds of wind moving through the trees, the creek, and the occasional rustle of some unseen animal. I tried to read, but my eyes kept wandering, imagining shapes moving in the shadows outside. I told myself it was nothing, just deer, maybe a raccoon. Morning came slowly. The sun filtered through the trees, making stripes of light across the cabin floor. I brewed coffee on the propane stove, listening to the forest wake up. Birds called to each other, squirrels chattered as they moved across the branches. The peace was comforting, almost hypnotic. I had planned a hike that day, a loop that would take me through higher elevations with views of the valley below. I packed a small day pack with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. My phone had no signal, but I wasn't expecting it to. I left a note on the kitchen table saying roughly when I would return. The trail was steep at first, a narrow dirt path winding through thick pine forests. The air was thin at higher elevations, and I could feel my heart rate increase with each step. I saw tracks, deer tracks mostly, but also something larger, like a bear. I tried not to think about it. I had hiked alone before in bear country, and I trusted my instincts. I kept a firm grip on my hiking stick, listened carefully for sounds around me. The forest was alive with rustling leaves and distant calls, but it was quiet, in a way that made you aware of every step, every snap of a twig. By mid-afternoon, I reached the clearing I had hoped for. The valley stretched below, a patchwork of forests and rivers, clouds hovering over the peaks. I stopped to rest, drank water, ate a granola bar. Then I noticed movement. Something quick, too fast to be a deer, in the trees along the ridge opposite me. I watched, but it disappeared before I could make sense of it. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably a hiker or a large bird, maybe a bobcat. Still, I felt a tightness in my chest, a sudden awareness that I was entirely alone. I decided to start back early. The descent was harder than I expected. Loose rocks made footing tricky, and the shadows were growing long. When I reached the cabin, the sun was low, the forest darkening fast. I set my gear down, made a quick dinner, and checked the locks on the windows and doors again. I tried to relax, sat near the fireplace, listening to the night sounds. That first night felt heavier than the previous one. The wind howled more sharply, the forest noises seemed louder. I kept hearing something moving outside, something large. At one point, I saw a shadow cross the window, slow and deliberate. My heart jumped. I reminded myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The next morning, I decided to hike again, this time a shorter trail closer to the cabin. I told myself not to wander far, not to tempt bad luck. I packed water and snacks, and this time I took my bear spray, keeping it in an easy-to-reach pocket. The trail was less steep but still rugged, and I felt a constant unease, a prickling at the back of my neck. I kept scanning the trees for movement, listening for anything unusual. It was around midday that I noticed fresh tracks leading away from the trail. They were large, like a bear, but oddly spaced, and they seemed to circle back in irregular patterns. I felt a chill. I considered turning back, but curiosity, or perhaps a misplaced confidence, made me follow them a little. The forest grew denser, branches scratching my arms, roots threatening to trip me. Then I saw something that made my stomach sink. A small pile of rocks arranged unnaturally, with pieces of old rope and scraps of fabric caught between them. It looked like someone had been there recently. Panic rose, but I tried to keep calm. I retraced my steps, quickening my pace, making sure I kept the cabin in sight. When I returned, the cabin looked the same, but a small detail made me freeze. The door, which I was certain I had locked, was slightly ajar. My mind raced, but I reminded myself I could be imagining it. I closed it firmly, checked the locks, and inspected the perimeter. Nothing seemed disturbed, but I felt a tightening fear. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, the wind, the trees, the creek, felt amplified, threatening. The following day, I resolved not to hike far. I stayed in and explored the cabin more thoroughly. In the loft, I found old journals left by previous renters. Most were mundane, notes about weather, wildlife, and hiking tips, but one entry stopped me cold. It described a man who had rented the cabin and been followed by someone or something while hiking alone. He wrote about hearing footsteps behind him, finding strange arrangements of rocks and rope in the forest, and feeling watched. His last entry was abrupt, unfinished. I felt a sinking realization that I was experiencing exactly what he had described. Late afternoon brought a storm. Heavy rain pelted the roof, thunder rumbled in the distance, and wind bent the trees outside. I made a fire, ate a hasty meal, and stayed near the center of the cabin. The storm made the forest feel alive in a new way, branches snapping, the wind howling, water rushing through small streams that had formed. I stayed vigilant, checking the locks repeatedly, peering through the windows without letting my eyes linger too long. I slept fitfully, waking at every sound. By the third day, my sense of unease had sharpened into outright fear. I was certain someone had been watching the cabin, moving quietly around the perimeter. The night before, I had seen a shadow at the edge of the forest, moving slowly, deliberately, but disappearing when I tried to focus on it. I realized I had to act, to protect myself, or risk a confrontation I might not survive. I spent the morning preparing. I organized firewood near the doors, cleared the area around the cabin so that I could see anyone approaching, and set up makeshift barricades. I readied my hiking stick and bear spray, keeping them close at hand. I also gathered supplies, water, canned food, a first aid kit, in a single bag in case I needed to flee. The storm had passed, leaving the forest slick and muddy, but visibility was good. I felt tense, hyper-aware of every sound, every movement. Late in the afternoon, I saw movement. Not from the trees, not a shadow, I saw a man. He was tall, wearing dark clothes, moving cautiously through the trees toward the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding. He was slow, deliberate, almost stalking, like he didn't want to be noticed until the last moment. I hid behind the cabin, watching, waiting for the right moment. I realized that confronting him directly would be dangerous. My best option was to remain unseen until I could escape. The man paused near the porch, glanced around, and then crouched to inspect something on the ground. That's when I noticed the trail he had left. Footprints, disturbed branches, small piles of rocks. My stomach twisted. This was no random hiker. He had been following me, watching me, perhaps for days. I waited until he moved away from the porch. Then I slipped quietly into the forest, staying low, following a path that led away from the cabin. I had memorized part of the trail from earlier hikes, and I used that knowledge to navigate safely. My heart raced, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. I made it to a secondary trail, one that would eventually lead to a road I had seen on the map. It took hours, but I moved carefully, avoiding clearings, staying in the shadows, listening for footsteps. I realized I had to get to a place with people, a phone, safety. Around dusk, I saw a small clearing with a ranger station at the edge. I sprinted the last few hundred meters, collapsing near the door, soaked, exhausted, and terrified. The ranger who opened the door was shocked. I explained briefly, showing my ID and the location of the cabin. He called local authorities, and they followed me back the next morning. When we reached the cabin, it was empty. There were signs someone had been there. Footprints, disturbed areas near the windows, but no one was in sight. Authorities searched the surrounding forest for days, but the man was never found. I never went back to that cabin. Even now, I remember the smell of pine and wet earth, the oppressive feeling of being watched, the sound of the creek that no longer felt peaceful. I learned to respect the quiet, to never underestimate isolation, and to always take precautions when venturing into remote areas. That experience stayed with me, a constant reminder that fear doesn't need ghosts or fairy tales. It can be very real, very human, and it can come from people who are entirely, disturbingly ordinary. In the end, I survived by staying calm, observing carefully, and choosing to avoid confrontation. I learned that planning and preparation can save your life, and that sometimes the most terrifying experiences are the ones that are entirely real. The cabin still exists, and people still rent it, unaware of the danger that once stalked its perimeter. But for me, it's a memory of caution, vigilance, and the thin line between solitude and peril in the wilderness. I had always thought I could handle being alone in the woods. The idea of renting a small, secluded cabin deep in the forest for a few days sounded like the perfect escape from the constant noise of the city. I told myself it would be peaceful, restorative, a chance to clear my head and get some work done in a quiet environment. The cabin itself wasn't anything fancy. It was small, made of dark, weathered wood, with a steep roof and a stone chimney. There was no electricity, just a small generator I could use if I absolutely needed it. The owner had assured me that the water was safe to drink, that the area was mostly quiet, and that the nearest town was only 20 miles away. That was a lie, but I didn't know it yet. The drive up to the cabin had been long, winding along roads barely wide enough for one car, then narrowing further into a dirt path that shook my car so violently I thought the suspension would break. I could feel the road rising and falling beneath me, and the forest seemed to close in tighter with every turn. Tall pines and oaks blocked the sunlight in patches, making the path dark even though it was early afternoon. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, I was already tense, my neck stiff from craning to see the road ahead, and my hands sore from gripping the steering wheel. The air was cold, damp, and carried the smell of wet earth and fallen leaves. There was a stillness that felt unnatural, like the forest had been waiting for me to arrive. I parked the car and sat for a moment, taking in the cabin. It was surrounded by trees on all sides except for the narrow driveway, and there was a small stream that ran close by. The windows reflected the gray sky, making it seem as though the building was staring back at me. The front door was slightly warped, the wood splintered at the edges, but it opened easily when I pushed. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. The main room was small, with a stone fireplace and a few pieces of furniture that looked like they'd been there for decades. A narrow staircase led to a loft bedroom, and I could hear the creak of the old floorboards as I walked. I unpacked slowly, placing my things on a small wooden table. The generator sat silently in a corner, and I left it off for now, preferring the natural light coming from the few windows. I noticed that the cabin seemed colder than the air outside, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones and doesn't leave. I thought about lighting a fire in the fireplace, but the wood was damp, and the kindling barely caught. Eventually, I managed to get a small flame going, and the warmth spread slowly, though not enough to remove the edge of discomfort I felt. That first night, I slept poorly. The sounds of the forest were louder than I expected. Every snapping branch, every rustle in the underbrush made me tense. I tried to remind myself that it was just wildlife. Deer, maybe raccoons, possibly a stray fox, but the noises often sounded closer than they should have been. At one point, I woke to the sound of what I thought was a branch scraping against the cabin. Heart racing, I grabbed my flashlight and checked the perimeter, but there was nothing, only the shadows of trees shifting with the wind. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I wanted to know what was near in case of an emergency. The stream ran deeper than I expected, and the forest thickened rapidly. I followed a narrow path, marked by broken branches and flattened grass, and discovered what looked like an old hunting trail. It was overgrown, but I could make out footprints and tire tracks from some old vehicle. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was the previous owner or maybe hunters who had passed through months ago. I took mental notes of landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. An unusually large oak with a split trunk, a cluster of boulders, and a steep embankment where the stream curved sharply. That afternoon, while gathering some fallen branches for the fireplace, I heard a noise that froze me where I stood. It was faint at first, a soft crunching, but deliberate, as though someone was walking carefully through the underbrush. I paused, holding my breath, scanning the trees. The sunlight cast long shadows, and I could see the leaves tremble, though no wind had stirred them. The sound stopped suddenly, then started again, closer this time. I grabbed a heavy stick from the ground and called out, though I knew nobody could hear me. The sound vanished. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched settled over me like a thick fog. As night fell, the sense of unease only grew. I didn't want to admit it, but the isolation was starting to get to me. The shadows in the cabin seemed darker, the faint drafts of cold air more pronounced. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, even though I knew they were old and unreliable. I kept my phone close, though I had no service, and the battery was already low. I felt foolish, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. On the second day, I decided to explore further, moving beyond the initial clearing. The forest became denser, the ground soft and uneven. I stumbled more than once, catching myself on roots and rocks. As I went deeper, the noises I had dismissed as wildlife started to feel different. More methodical, more deliberate. Leaves rustled in patterns that didn't match the wind, and I thought I glimpsed movement just beyond the tree line. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that I was being paranoid, but the instinct to retreat was growing stronger. By late afternoon, I had reached a small ridge overlooking a valley. The view was beautiful, almost breathtaking, and for a moment I felt a flicker of calm. But the feeling didn't last. From this vantage point, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. A faint, almost imperceptible trail leading down into the valley, not natural but trampled and purposeful. It wasn't just wildlife. It had been made by humans. The thought that someone might be nearby, watching, or worse, had been following me, made my pulse race. I hurried back to the cabin, keeping my eyes on the shadows, and noticed that the sun was beginning to drop quickly behind the trees, leaving everything in near darkness. That night, sleep was impossible. I kept waking to the sound of something moving outside. Footsteps, perhaps, or branches snapping under a weight that was not mine. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow moving past the window. I froze, staring at the glass, my mind racing. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, but the shape was too tall, too straight. I checked the perimeter with my flashlight, but the beam only illuminated empty trees and underbrush. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't leave. On the third day, I made a decision. I couldn't stay in the cabin any longer without knowing whether someone or something was out there. I needed to investigate cautiously and plan my exit. I packed essential items into a small backpack: water, a flashlight, a first aid kit, a pocket knife, and some food. I decided to follow the old hunting trail I had seen on the first day, hoping it would lead me to a road or another clearing where I might get a signal on my phone. I kept the cabin in sight as I moved, marking trees with chalk so I could find my way back if necessary. The trail led me deeper into the forest than I had ever gone, twisting and turning, rising and falling with the terrain. At one point, I came across fresh footprints, too large to be mine, heading in the same direction I was moving. My heart sank. They were human. Someone had been here recently, possibly following the same path. I considered turning back, but I also knew that hesitation could be dangerous if whoever had left the prints was watching the cabin. I pressed on, staying low and moving quietly. By late afternoon, I came to a small abandoned cabin, much older and more decrepit than mine. The door hung off its hinges, and the windows were shattered. Inside, there were remnants of a fire long gone and some discarded supplies. I searched quickly and found a map of the local area, drawn by hand, with markings indicating various trails and locations. One trail led directly to a main road, only a few miles from here. Relief mixed with unease. I knew I could leave, but I also realized how vulnerable I had been. Whoever had been following the trail could have seen me at any point, and the thought made my stomach churn. As I made my way back toward my cabin, the sun began to set. The forest grew darker with terrifying speed. I could hear every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle of leaves, as though the forest itself was alive with unseen eyes. When I finally returned, I found my front door slightly ajar. Panic surged through me. I entered carefully, scanning every corner. Nothing appeared to be out of place, though the sense of intrusion was palpable. Someone had been inside, I was certain of it, though they had left no trace I could immediately identify. That night, I made my plan. I would leave before dawn, taking only what I could carry, and move quickly to the road marked on the map I had found. I barricaded the door as best as I could, placing heavy furniture in front of it, and kept my flashlight within reach. I slept in short bursts, listening to every sound outside, prepared to move at the first sign of danger. When the first light of morning broke through the trees, I packed everything I could carry and left the cabin. I followed the marked trail from the old abandoned cabin, moving as quietly as possible. The forest seemed endless, each bend in the trail bringing another wave of tension. I stayed alert, scanning constantly for movement. Hours passed. My legs ached, my stomach growled, and my water was running low. But finally, the trees thinned, and I saw a road in the distance. Relief washed over me in waves so strong I almost cried. I ran the last stretch, emerging onto the road, where a car passed by. I waved frantically, and the driver slowed, stopping to ask if I was okay. I explained in short words that I had been lost, and they drove me to the nearest town, where I called the authorities. The cabin was investigated later, but no one was ever found in the surrounding area. I learned that the forest had a history of people using abandoned cabins as hideouts or temporary camps for illegal activity. I never went back, and I never stayed alone in the woods again. The experience left a lasting mark on me, a constant awareness that isolation can turn the quietest places into the most dangerous, and that being alone in a seemingly peaceful cabin can be a test of every instinct I never thought I'd rely on.